I'm Rich Thomason. Now that the Supreme Court has spoken, President Trump is pressing Congress to take action on birthright citizenship. The High Court struck down the president's executive order limiting birthright citizenship, so Mr. Trump says lawmakers should draft legislation to address the issue. Strait of Hormuz still a major sticking point, standing in the way of a settlement between Iran and the United States. The U.S. insisting the strait is an international waterway. Iran says it should control the strait. Now, Iranian state TV reports a container ship has run aground after not following Iran's instructions for passage. And so it begins.
A threatening heat dome will engulf the central and eastern part of the country this week, with heat index temperatures, which combine air temperature with humidity, soaring into the triple digits in some places. Conditions will bring above average temperatures to World Cup host cities like Boston, Philadelphia, and Kansas City, Missouri, all of which have open-air stadiums. Bob Agnew reporting.
It is a first. For the first time ever, Republicans will be holding a national convention in advance of the all-important midterm elections.
It's an unusual event aimed at boosting turnout in races that will decide whether the party maintains control of Congress. The convention will be held in Dallas on September 9th and 10th. Although both major parties traditionally hold blockbuster conventions during presidential campaigns, Trump has long floated the idea of a similar gathering this year to focus voters' attention on a sprawling collection of House and Senate races. Democrats considered holding a similar convention but rejected the idea as they struggle with fundraising woes. Keith Peters, Washington.
On Wall Street, the way things stand now, looks like we'll be headed for a lower open later on. The Dow futures down 139 points. NASDAQ futures off 152. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-2085, 800-555-2085, or biglou.com.
The manhunt goes on for a suspect following an explosion injured 3 people in Monaco.
Authorities in Monaco say an explosion at the threshold of an apartment building Monday night may have been a targeted attack. Monaco's Minister of State says surveillance footage showed the suspect walking around the area several times while waiting for the victims. Prosecutor Stéphane Thibault says a lone suspect dropped off a package which exploded as the 3 occupants of the ground floor apartment arrived. A man, a woman, and a 13-year-old child were wounded, and 2 bystanders further down the street were hurt by flying glass. Media reports identified one of those injured as Vadim Yermolayev, a Ukrainian construction tycoon who has lived in Monaco since 2021 and was sanctioned by Ukraine in 2023 for ties to Russia. Neighbor Silvano Ippolito says his wife, a doctor, provided first aid to the woman who had lost a foot and was badly injured. I'm Jennifer King.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Egg producers will shell out millions to settle price-fixing allegations.
The Justice Department and 17 states reached settlement agreements with 3 major egg producers this week to resolve allegations that the companies illegally colluded for years to raise prices, including when the cost of eggs soared to record highs last year. The investigation found that Cal-Maine Foods, Versova, and Hickman's Egg Ranch coordinated on bids submitted to Urnerberry Publications, a company that runs an index key to determining how much grocery stores, restaurants, and others paid for billions of eggs each year. None of the companies admitted wrongdoing, but will collectively pay $3.3 million.
Correspondent Lisa Dwyer. Job openings held at a surprisingly strong 7.6 million in May. The American labor market remaining resilient in the face of the economic shock from the Iran war. Townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Well, happy Wednesday morning. I almost had to think about that for a second. What day of the week is this? I'm so used to shorter weeks all of a sudden here. Hey, folks, you're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. Fair warning, heat indices well above 100 degrees all across the network today, so be careful out there and stay hydrated. Let's start with where I am in Richmond, where the high temperature, at least on paper, will be 97 today. A low tonight of 74, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature is lower than that, 72. Squirrels winners last night in Harrisburg, 3-2. They'll face off again tonight at 6:30. D.C. got to be happy this morning. The Nats blasted the Bo Sox 8-1. Those two teams will play again right in the the smack middle of the heat. 135 this afternoon. A high in the nation's capital of 98 degrees today. A low of 77 right now. The temperature in D.C. 75 degrees. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 94, a low tonight of 73. The temperature in Atlanta already 81 degrees. Yikes. Braves fall to the Cards last night 5-3. The teams will face off again. First pitch tonight, 7:15. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 99. A low of 74 this evening with possible storms. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 75 degrees. Well, Philadelphia, the Empire struck back, didn't it? 8-0 win over my Buccos last night. High today in the city of brotherly love of 98 degrees, a low of 79. Right now, the temperature is 75 degrees. Morgantown looking at a high today of 95, a low of 72 tonight. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia, 74 degrees. All right, Pittsburgh, 412, going to see a high of 98. That's going to tie a record today. A low this evening of 76. Right now, the temperature in the Steel City, 79 degrees, 6:40 first pitch tonight against Philly. Well, JF ought to be in a good mood this morning. The Astros were winners last night, beating the Twins 6-4. ESPN is reporting that Kawhi Leonard is going back to Toronto, where he won a championship in 2019. And LeBron has told the Lakers, I don't love LA. He'll be looking to play elsewhere next season. We'll just have to see what super team he decides to join. All right, bringing you today's Weather and Sports Update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Just to let you know, I think we're off this weekend, though, on account of the holiday. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Well, it's only a memory now. The 2025-26 U.S. Supreme Court session. Election ballots can be accepted after Election Day. The president can fire some people, not others. States can ban boys playing in girls' sports if they want to. It's now been decided that babies born on U.S. soil are automatically U.S. citizens. Also adjudicated, no limits on how much money political parties can give to and coordinate with individual candidates.
Things are going to start happening to me now.
Just like the 2010 Citizens United ruling, allowing corporate and union-sponsored funding of political candidates and issues, the majority of the court saw these restrictions as First Amendment constitutional violations. Well, maybe we can beat Amy Klobuchar after all, as now all those rich Minnesota Republicans chomping at the bit to donate their millions to the party can do so, and the party can really dig in and win. Let's see, before the limits were lifted, in Minnesota, the Democrat Party started the year announcing they raised $11.8 million in 2025 and had $4.7 million on hand. The Minnesota Republican Party, $150,000. Couldn't even make payroll.
I bet you thought I'd forgotten your Christmas bonus. There you are.
$5.
Half of it is from me.
Thank you, Mr. Mortimer.
While the Democrats keep bringing up the Citizens United ruling as a bad thing, they've also been fighting against this latest effort against limits. So thinking outside the box, did we just get played again? Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
A lot of people who thought that the New York race was a standout by virtue of how liberal New York is, because in those races in New York, when a Democratic Socialist beat an incumbent, those seats are not going to change hands. It doesn't affect the balance of power in the House of Congress. In this particular case, it's less obvious. When you get to points further west out in the country where the Democratic Socialists do not have the same presence that they have, this becomes a bit more of a question as to the direction of the Democratic Party. Now, a lot of critics have come out and said these kinds of things are dangerous for the party come November, because it'll be used by Republicans to suggest, as Donald Trump has, that the communists are taking over, the socialists are taking over. But there's a lot more nuance to why some of these Democratic Socialists are actually winning. There are a few things at play here. Number one, outside money. What tends to happen is Democratic Socialists share the view of many younger Democrats about U.S. support for Israel, and what tends to happen is the incumbent or the person running against them ends up getting the support of AIPAC and its affiliated groups. So that's one of the things at play. The other one is generational. As I said, Milat Kiros has not been alive for as long as Diana DeGette has been the member of Congress. We've seen that in various races. We saw it in New York's District 13, where Adriano Espaillat lost to a much younger challenger. We saw it in Texas, where Al Green lost to a much younger challenger. There's also this internal debate about moderates versus progressives. Obviously, those who are members of or supported by Bernie Sanders or Zoran Mamdani or the Democratic Socialists of America are progressives. They're on the left side of the party versus the moderates, although I will say Diana DeGette is not thought of as anything other than a progressive. And then fundamentally, there's this fighters versus folders idea, and that may be a lot of the frustration amongst people in the Democratic Party who feel that some of their leadership and their House-endorsed candidates, remember, every incumbent in the Democratic Party is supported by the Democratic Party by default. That is a position that some Democrats feel the party shouldn't hold. They want the person who they think is going to fight most for them to be elected. The other thing is the Democratic Socialists of America, as part of the Democratic Party, when they're running as Democrats, talk a lot about affordability, which is it is the number one concern that people express right now. The dissatisfaction with Donald Trump as president, the dissatisfaction numbers are highest as it comes to his handling of the economy. The economy and affordability were central campaign issues for Donald Trump, upon which he has not delivered. In some part, that's because of the tariffs that he imposed. In large part, it's because of this war with Iran that nobody was particularly looking for, but that increased the price of fertilizer, diesel, and gasoline. So Democratic Socialists do tend to have policies that are very directly related to housing affordability, to subsidies, to child care, universal health care, funding of health care, higher minimum wages, and those types of very explicit policies, including policies around the climate, that incumbent Democrats, some feel, have not leaned into as heavily as others. In this particular case, though, I will say Diana DeGette has not been a target of people who have not thought she's progressive enough, but Milat Kiros is definitely a lot more progressive. Milat Kiros, by the way, is an immigrant to the United States. She was born in Ethiopia and immigrated to the United States, grew up in the Denver area. But here we have 78% of the vote in, and the Associated Press is able to call her as the victor in that.
Unbelievable. We have been telling you this for 2 years. There is a communist movement in this country, and it's not progressive, and it's not Democrat socialist. These are foreigners and communists who are winning these races. And she is going to win that race in Denver. She will be in Congress. The number of foreign-born people in Congress that are communists is incredible that we have allowed this to happen. And here we are. If you're not petrified, and I say that not clickbaiter, not sensationalism, if you didn't get up today petrified about what this country is going to look like in 10 years, you're living under a rock or you're in denial. years of brainwashing, of communist brainwashing and education, teaching our youth to hate this country, to hate its founding fathers, to despise its very foundation, is now manifesting itself in these races. I understand Democrat older incumbents losing because they don't feel they're standing up to Trump. Like I understand that our older Republican rhinos are going to continue to lose because they're not standing for Trump. But this is not about that. This has nothing to do in their party with standing up to Trump, although they say it is, so they can hide it. This is a communist movement. Vilify America, vilify wealth, vilify success, vilify hard work. Get money for free, housing free, healthcare free, food free. It's all free. Where it's coming from, no one knows. She had a sign behind her that said, "Housing is a human right." Yep, you got to pay for it. you got to work. You work, you get housing. You don't work, you live on the street like the guy outside of my place in Washington, D.C. Been there forever. He's a street guy. Smart guy. Doesn't want to work, doesn't want to do anything. Told me that. Guy was a college professor or something. Like he's educated. He doesn't put shoes on. He pees in a cup. It just doesn't have to work. People give him food. That's the way you want to live. And it's legal, have at it. It's everything is a right. Life's a right given by God. These victories are not to be taken lightly. They are going to be roaming the halls of Congress. All of them are going to win. Now, there's one seat in Colorado where they elected a communist to challenge a seat that the Republicans believe they can hold that the Democrats are targeting for takeover. Another communist won there. That's the race that matters. If that Republican, who's a moderate, loses to the communist, and there's a Democrat flip with a communist candidate, this thing is in trouble. And right now, it's 50-50, I understand. This thing is in big trouble. AOC, for her to run for Senate against Schumer is stupid. Run for president. Who's going to beat you? Be the nominee. Let's pit AOC and Vance. Let's see the debate. Let's see what happens. Just the fact that she could be the nominee. Can you imagine that the Democrats would nominate basically an imbecile as their candidate who's a communist? And she will win states. You understand that, right? AOC and Vance, AOC and Rubio, she'll win states. Big. People will vote for her to be president. She can't put a sentence together. She's an imbecilic halfwit. But it doesn't matter. She's a communist. The movement is not to be dismissed. It's not to be taken lightly. It's not to be blown off. Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, you got to put your boots back on and lace them up and lace them tight. This thing is not going to end. The hatred for Trump is driving it, no doubt. Why? Because he loves this country that they loathe. Understand the genesis of this. They loathe the country they live in. The foreigners that are elected hate us, and they hate the country, and they hate you. They talk about affordability. They make nothing affordable. They got elected on affordability in Virginia, where they could actually do something. What have they done? Everything is more expensive. They've raised taxes. They've raised fees. Everything you pay for in Virginia is higher, including the gas tax, which they wouldn't get rid of. So it's nonsense. We're going to play a Madami clip here. What is Madami doing? He's saying, hey, we got to keep taxing the rich. I'm going to confiscate housing. I'm going to take it from landlords we don't like. They can't raise rent, so they can't pay for anything. We don't care. We're going to take it over. We're going to take over grocery stores. We're going to drive out private enterprise. And we're going to take, and we're going to take, and we're going to take, and we're going to take until there's nothing more to take, and then we're going to riot because we have an army. And then you're going to give it to us out of fear like Hochulus. That's his plan. She's going to tax everybody in the state of New York and give it to him and New Yorkers for free stuff. So you keep working your 2 jobs and your 3 jobs in Rochester or wherever you are, and you're giving it to Mandami. That's where it's going. Every penny of it. You get nothing because of fear. Birthright citizenship. Amy Comey Barrett. What a complete and utter disaster. I can't believe I was in favor of her. I can't believe it. The axis she has created, and it is an axis. It's a stop the conservative court axis with John Roberts, is going to go down in history as one of the most despicable unisons in Supreme Court history. They never separate their vote. They are a block to block the conservatives. That's all they do. They vote with the liberals. What is the point of a conservative court when they're not conservative? This is a liberal court. And if you appointed liberals, they would never break with anything. Why are the Democrats cheering? Why were they so upset about birthright citizenship? That's their future votes. They can't win with Americans. They have to import people in. They have to get new people in. They have to get, like Obama said, give me 30 million new voters, I'll win. Can't win with the people here. Can't win with them. They don't want what we want. They want like economic prosperity. They want to love their country. They want to keep their guns. They believe in God. They're Christians. No, they cling to their God and their guns. Can't win with them. We need to bring new people in. CCP comes in, 100,000 babies born, ship them back. What are they going to do with them? Dump them here? Trump says, oh yeah, we're going to let in 500,000 CCP students to prop up our education. To do what? This is what you're propping it up for? H-1B visas, all of it. We're in the battle royale. You go back to the 60s, and you had the young people all up in arms over Vietnam. And I was a very young man. I was born in 58. So they talking about 66, 67, right? I remember my father, who was a Republican Union member, Richard Nixon, Spiro Agnew supporter. I remember him taking me to Central Park on his shoulders in the middle of one of these, I don't know, sit-ins or anti-Vietnam. And he was pro-Vietnam. He was anti-communist, a blue-collar guy. Sam was his name. Blue-collar guy, punched a clock, union worker, pressman. Why did he take me there? He wanted to show me the way America worked. He said, I don't agree with any of these people, but I agree with their right to hold these signs up. And we need to stop the Soviets. We need to stop them in Vietnam. That's the red line, blah, blah, blah. I was 8, 9, 10, 7. Then after that, he took me on the subway to Shea Stadium to see the Mets game, playing the Astros. It was over the summer. Unbelievable. Or what was it, Colts? That was the Astros then. I mean, but in 68, Nixon was a candidate of peace. In 68, you had 3 candidates: Nixon, Humphrey, Wallace. Conservative, conservative, conservative. Humphrey was a conservative. In today's date, Humphrey was a hawk conservative. Nixon won on a peace plan. He was the anti-war president, if you go back to that election. That was 68. There were no communists, right? There was Gus Hall ran and got 1%, 0.5%. Now it's sweeping the nation. Years of indoctrination, years of teaching kids to hate America, years of not saying the Pledge of Allegiance, years. Yes, there were some good rulings yesterday. The money thing in politics, I really don't care. Great. more money for me in advertising. Advertise on the radio. I'm for that. Yay. Send the orders here. Yay. Has no impact on my life. What impacts my life? Birthright citizenship. They had a good ruling on no men playing in women's athletics. Yay. But this birthright citizenship and going down 5-4 with the Comey Roberts access, with a whatever her name is, Barrett. What do I say, Dan? Comey? The Barrett access. The Barrett Roberts. That's what it is. It's an access. That's all it is. It's outrageous. We got to understand what we're fighting. This is why I am so beside myself with the John Thunes of the world. You have no idea what you're fighting. You're worrying about tradition. Do you understand that when they take control, if they could incarcerate you, Thune, in a camp, they would. And they probably will try. And you're worrying about tradition and parliamentarians? Are you serious, Thune? Parliamentarians? There is a communist takeover in this country, and you are concerned about some twit parliamentarian that Obama appointed, that Harry Reid appointed during Obama. That's what you're worried about? You're either stupid, incompetent, or you're part of their movement. It's one of the three. I'll pick the latter of the latter. I think they're part of it. I think it's the uniparty. They want the communists in control. That way they can have their minority, they can get their perks, they can get their limos, their hot coffee, their free dinners. They can fly around in a government
now
dime.
more than ever.
All right, we got to go. I'll be right back.
Only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him. Good to have you back. Communists at the gate. Barrett Roberts Access. Destroying America. This birthright citizenship. We knew this was going down just by the line of their questioning. So we knew this thing was going down, right? We knew that. But look, it's somewhat irrelevant because, people are saying, oh, there's going to be a constitutional amendment. There's no constitutional amendment, okay? People are going to continue to take advantage of birthing babies here, becoming anchors, and you can't get them out. They want to change the country. They want to import people in to vote for them. This is all about power, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. First, though, I'm going to have my first sip of my 1775 coffee. Now, hang on. Hang on, Dan. Damn! That is the best coffee I've ever had. Every time I have it, I can't believe my first sip, how good it is. Hang on. Ah, man, that freshly brewed pot. Let me ask you something. Anybody out there that drinks coffee, do me a favor. Go to 1775coffee.com. Just try it once. Just once. We got you. Try it once. 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Let's give it one shot. Because my coffee company was telling me last week that, we're not getting any orders for them. And I'm like, that's impossible because I love this coffee and I talk about it every day. And they said, well, nobody's on your networks buying it. And that's sad. That's really sad. Now, we have a dashboard, so we checked it out. Well, yeah, we had some, but not enough. And so they were kind of griping about it. They said, we love, what you do. We love your passion for it, but your audience is not responding. So look, just do me a personal favor. Today, sometime, go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com, order something. I like the dark roast. Just order a couple boxes. You like the K-cups, you like the grounds or the beans, whatever. Just order a couple. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. And we got you. And if you don't like it, you know what? There's something wrong because you're going to love it because it's that good. I drink coffee all day, and this is my favorite. So check this out. Just go to 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. Get yourself 10% off. Best coffee ever. Why? Freshly roasted daily from Bolivia. Hang on. Oh, Dan, that's good. You know what this is called? I keep preaching this to Ann now at our age. Quality of life. You work hard. I'm 68. I get up every day at 3:45. I do my push-ups, do whatever I got to do, work all day. But you got to have quality of life. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Like we're kind of out of survival mode now. Just, quality of life. And one of the qualities of life is a great cup of coffee in the morning. Not that Folgers crap you buying for $1. This stuff's horrible. The Folgers and Maxwell has it's gross. $17.75, baby. And Starbucks, that's like $10. You might as well drink it out of an ashtray. Not my thing. Okay, that's just me. Everybody's on hold. Let's see where we'll go. Let's start at the beginning. Adrian in Virginia. Adrian, good to hear from you, sir.
John, good morning, brother. Let me tell you something, man. I haven't called in a while, but I've enjoyed the show. I've been listening. Most cases, I'm back working, so I'm out there hustling. Everything you're saying, it's true. I know there's a lot of people probably mocking you or probably thinking you're out of your mind, but it is happening. And let me explain. I was patriotic before I knew what the word patriotic really was and meant as a kid. I stood and said the Pledge of Allegiance. I understood how important that was. I knew how important them stars and stripes, Old Glory, is to us. I never looked at people different. They were all the same to me. I grew up in the city, so there was already a mixture of stuff. I just don't get it how people come to this country and continue to come, and we continue to let them in. And we all know it's there. But that's small talk, man. And what you're talking about is the real deal. This is our Alamo. I really have started losing more friends now because they're not seeing what you're seeing, what I'm seeing, what people listening to you are seeing. It is sad and it's wild because some of these folks, and I'm about 20 years younger than you, give or take, I think, 25, 22, I don't know. You guys saw the communists firsthand. I was a child, but I read about it. I saw it. I saw a little bit of it at the end of it. And they're so blind to it. And these folks have called us Nazis, have called us all kinds of names. I mean, I think that's the worst. I don't want to go through that. It's time for us to start calling them that. And it starts with you, John, unfortunately, because you're the voice. And, these Democrats, if you bring on or say they're Democrats, we got to start calling them out. I mean, I think we got to a point where, yes, we're not trying to lose friendship or harm people, but we got to draw a line, and this is our Alamo, because, they call this, Stalin called it square. We're going to get America through the inside out. They took over our schools. They took the flag down. You can't say the Pledge of Allegiance in some states. They don't even say it. There's no patriotic anywhere. I mean, forget about all these secret books and people who are, caught up in stupid, what, maybe they're not conspiracy theories. Maybe they are. I don't know. But as you say and Ann say, we'll fight about that later. We got to get, I think what comes down to is President Trump calling this out as it is. And if he's not going to sit here and call it out and say, this is what the most important thing is. I know he has a lot of battles he has to fight, a lot of criticism he has to take. But I know he said it's going to sent a tweet out saying it's on, but I really think he needs to put this in the front. And when you speak to him, let him know that we need him to start speaking about this and really making this. And even if he gets attacked, he's used to it. That's a man of man's right there. He'll be all right. And when it comes to immigration, to tie it all together about Amy, man, I remember when President Trump, let me finish this and I'll end with this. He came at the last minute to Virginia and he hosted a little, I think it was in Norfolk or in Newport News, had a last minute there. And Amy had just gotten, Justice Amy had just gotten into the courts. And President Trump said something like, how many of you guys didn't want a woman in there? And I raised my hat up, because I just knew she was bad news just by the way her demeanor, the way she was answering questions. I knew something was wrong about this lady, and I said I'm gonna let her ride. I'm gonna sit and wait and see what happens. And I got all these ugly looks because I was not into the woman thing, and I was right. And it's just funny to me that you keep nailing everything on the head. I remember another thing real quick is when they were mocking you about COVID, that you were saying this is not true. I'm going to bring doctors on that are not talking about, not saying what the media is saying or what the media doctors are saying. And guess what, John? You were right. And that was big time. I remember you saying that most of your staff didn't want you to go that route, and you went against it, and you said, no, I'm going to go with this because these doctors are telling the truth, or, you were going with it, and you were right. And you're right about this one, John. You and Trump and whomever it is, got to start. If it costs losing friends, it costs losing friends for the moment. They'll figure it out. We have to start standing our ground. And that's why I don't associate with a lot of folks anymore, because they're okay with it. It's not, like you said, it's not happening here. It's not affecting me at the moment, when it really is. I mean, I'm probably in the super macro minority here, but I think America's gone. I don't ever see it coming back. And I don't mean that to be a Debbie Downer. I love my country. I wanted to see it. I want to see it come back. I want to see it to succeed. We are the greatest country this side of heaven. However, we don't have enough fighters, man. We don't have enough people on our side at the moment that can really, minus President Trump. I mean, let's just put that to the side, though. And this is why I think Rubio and Miller are the best two guys to be our next leaders. I think these guys can keep the agenda going. And last, John, I think President Trump failed also with ICE. He should have kept his foot on these people's necks and continued to deport them no matter what the media said. You let down, and they're kicking our butts again. I'm going to leave it at that, John. I appreciate it. Have a happy 4th of July. I can't wait to celebrate it. I have some, let's just say, unauthorized fireworks for my children. We're going to have a blast. And I wish you guys well. I love this country. I love God. But I don't see it coming back, boss. It's too hard. We're in too deep, and not enough people are fighting back. Or just not aware, or just don't care. Go ahead, man. Sorry, go.
How's your health?
I'm doing well, buddy. I'm doing well. I'm back working. I'm doing well.
How's your boy?
Man, he's hitting the ball crazy, buddy. He's doing well, man. I don't know where he got the talent from, but that boy knows how to drive the ball. He ain't worried about home runs. He's worried about getting runs, and I love it. He's like, I'll get home runs later, Dad. And I'm like, that's right.
Good to hear.
He loves his RBIs.
Hey, you got to get, that's how you win games. You got to score runs.
That's right.
RBIs. Listen, I agree with everything you said.
Let them make a play. Let them make a play. Let them make the play. You hit the ball.
Put the ball in play. Put the pressure on the defense. No doubt. Listen, I'm going to text you about something else at the top of the hour. Good to hear from you, Adrian. Hope you're well, and I'll see you soon. Thank you for the call. So Amy Comey Barrett, I'm going to call her the David Souter of our time. Remember David Souter from New Hampshire? George W. picked him. Supposed to be conservative, right? Sided with the liberals 90% of the time. See, you pick a liberal on the court, they never side with the conservatives, 0%. You pick a conservative 50% of the time, whoever you pick goes with the liberals so they can have a nice epitaph by the New York Times. So their obituary in the Times says something nice about them. They bucked the system or something. But I want to get under this axis because Amy Comey Barrett is the David Souter of our generation. You look back at Justice Kennedy, who sometimes frustrated us, who was picked by Reagan after the debacle with the first pick that he had. All of a sudden, I forget his name. Everybody knows it. He's since passed. Judge Bork, who would have been phenomenal. And Reagan really didn't understand how the Democrats were going to fight him, and he couldn't get him through. And then he picked Kennedy, who was like 50-50. But at least Kennedy didn't do this. Unbelievable. The David Souter of our time is a horrible justice. Horrible. Adrian, thank you. Let's get to the phone lines. Let me see what we got here. Line 2. Mike in Chester, Virginia. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, John. Not much sleep last night. I talked to Dan this morning. He talked me off the ledge, but I'm telling you, this is going to be the most consequential ruling in our lifetime. I am so I stayed up all night trying to figure out how to reverse it. Are we going to just not going to, excuse me, we're just going to turn away every pregnant woman at the border? I mean, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. We got to do away with tourism when these people are flying in from China, having babies and leaving. The state of California and the medical people out there are profiting from this. And I thought I thought the Hippocratic Oath was do no harm. Well, by God, they're doing plenty of harm. I just don't, I can't fathom how people can't see the writing on the wall. Please get Phil Klein on today. He's the only guy that's going to save me today because I need to figure out how they can fix this, if it can be fixed, constitutionally or whatever.
It can't be fixed, dude. It can't be fixed. It's done. Okay? You had the answer. You can't let him in. I mean, you got to get legislation. You can't let him in. I mean, the fact that the CCP has figured out how stupid we are. Let's fly in a 7.5-month pregnant women. Let's fly them in. Let's go to California. Let's get the baby. As soon as the baby's born, get the papers, fly them out. Done. U.S. citizen. Years of this, you're going to have 250,000 Chinese-born American citizens voting. And they can just put them in whatever area they want. They want to run a state, just put them there. And they're CCP operatives. It's insane what we are letting happen. There's no country. And why are the Democrats so excited today? Because they can't win with Americans. They have to import people in. They hate the country. They want to dismantle it and start over. This is what we're up against. And you know what? I didn't sleep last night either. You know, and I talked to a couple of things here. I talked to somebody about it last night in my family, and they're like, and it was not Ann, believe me. And they were like, well, you know, I'm sick of politics. You know, it is what it is. No, it's not what it is. Okay? It's not, it is what it is. I know that's my line, but it's not. Because they are going to fundamentally tear this thing down. And everything that you believe in and everything that you love is now under siege by the communists. And in order to win, they need new voters. It's simple as that. I mean, this all goes back to Barack Obama. Give me 30 million new people. I'll transform this country into something you will never recognize. They hate America. I mean, the fact that I had even forgotten. Somebody told me the other day, and I was like, what? Like, they don't say the Pledge of Allegiance anymore in school. I mean, I grew up, we said the pledge every day. You got up, first thing you did, you said the pledge. Now they don't do it because they hate America. Indoctrination is beyond the pale. And it's now manifesting itself. And this is not like Vietnam in '68. When people look, I went to an event yesterday. How much time I have? Everybody stay on hold. I'll get to everybody. I went to an event yesterday, and you can call in. I got an open line, 888-480-JOHN. If you're not going to call in today, I don't know what the hell you're doing. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. So I went to an event yesterday, which was a reception for the outgoing ambassador to the United States from Estonia, one of the 3 Eastern European bloc countries that were under the Soviet Empire, the USSR, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The guy was the ambassador. He's been here 5 years for Estonia. And one of the questions that was asked to him was, how do you, when you see this communist movement in America, you grew up under communist rule in Estonia. Like, how do you see this? And he says it's because they don't know. They don't know. I know because I was a kid. I know we had a coupon for bread, salt, and butter. And you'd wait online for a day, and then you'd finally get there, and they'd turn you away because they had no more bread or soap or salt. And you'd go back home hungry, no soap, no salt, waiting for the next day to get up early to go online again. And in between there, you had to work. So you didn't get paid if you didn't work. And you work whatever job they told you to work. You didn't choose your job, he said. You did. They said, you're going to do that. You get paid that. And if you don't work, we're going to send you to the gulag. He said, that's all I knew. So these kids here in this country, he said, they're clueless. They have no idea what this is. They're voting for it because somebody says you can get money and play a video game in your basement. Oh, okay. Yeah. COVID-2. Son of COVID check. Direct deposit right in my account. When's it come? Wednesdays at 2? Great. DoorDash time. He said another interesting thing off topic. He was asked about the Ukraine war because he was there for 5 years. And it was interesting. I'm going to give you his direct quote. This is the ambassador to the U.S. from Estonia. He said, and I can't, his first name is Christian. I can't say his last name, Estonian name. He said, Biden's position on aiding Ukraine, get this, folks, was never about winning the war. It was about Ukraine losing in a slower and more dignified way. Why don't you digest that a minute? Biden's position on aiding Ukraine was never about winning the war. It was about Ukraine losing in a slower and more dignified way. That's why I go to these things. You learn stuff you would never know. And the clickbaiters in their nice, comfy studios with people bringing them coffee and whatever. You know, Dan, it's interesting. Every time I bang my fist, the camera goes out. I need to not do that. Anyway, let's see. Mike and Chester, I'll give you the final word, Mike. Go ahead. Mike's gone? All right.
Mike's gone, Jeff.
All right, Mike. Sorry, Mike. I went off on a rant. I'm sorry. I don't like to do that. Joe in Charlotte, North Carolina. Joe, you're live, line 3.
John, great show. When I get to my desk in an hour, first thing I'm doing is ordering 1776 coffee, promo code Godzilla.
1775.
So
.com. 1775coffee.com. Thank you for doing that, because I got my coffee guy saying nobody's buying you coffee. I'm like, what? That's impossible. So yes, thank you.
John, I know we're short on time. Amy Coney Barrett's legacy should be the last female appointed to the Supreme Court by the Republicans. Period. Prove me wrong. Name all the women from Sandra Day O'Connor all through the 3 liberals to this one. Why would we ever appoint another woman?
Never. Hey, can you hang with it? Can you hang with us,
yes,
Joe? Joe, can you hang with us through the break?
Yep.
All right, hang with us.
Yep.
I want to get to that. Interesting. All right, John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. Truth and clarity right here. The communists are at the gate. And we're dorking around with traditionalism and parliamentarians. I mean, just think about this. Communists want to destroy your country and your way of life. And you're telling me about a parliamentarian that you can fire at 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time. You're a frigging moron, Thune. A moron. Period.
Be right back.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Socialism on the march in the U.S. Democratic Socialist beats a 30-year incumbent in Colorado's Democratic primary for the U.S. House.
It was a stunning defeat Tuesday for 30-year incumbent Diana DeGette, losing to a 29-year-old former lawyer and Democratic Socialist in the 1st Congressional District.
I'm Maylock Heroes! We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy.
Audio courtesy of KMGH. In other races, U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper fended off State Senator and Progressive Julie Gonzalez. And in the race for Colorado governor, State Attorney General Phil Weiser won the Democratic primary and is favored to win in November. I'm Donna Warder.
On Capitol Hill, the House leadership abruptly canceled votes yesterday, sending lawmakers home early. Speaker Mike Johnson's majority once again gridlocked by rebellious Republicans rejecting their own party's agenda.
More than a dozen conservatives in the House continued their blockade in protest of the stalled Save America Act in the Senate. Lawmakers voting 198 to 224 against advancing a bunch of legislative items, including a must-pass defense bill that will be paired with the Save America Act. 14 Republicans voting no. Among the holdouts, Florida's Anna Paulina Luna, Chip Roy from Texas, Thomas Massey from Kentucky, and Lauren Boebert of Colorado. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling the hardball tactics self-defeating for Republicans and the president's agenda.
And that's correspondent Laura Winters reporting. President Trump has announced that Republicans will be holding their first ever national convention ahead of the all-important midterm elections. That convention to be held in Dallas, September 9th and 10th. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are down 110 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mourners in Pakistan attending the funerals of 14 school children killed when the roof of a tutoring center collapsed. Prayers for the youngsters up to 14 years of age began before dawn today. Police investigating whether negligence during construction caused the collapse in the eastern city of Lahore. Authorities say 8 children remain hospitalized. They are listed in stable condition. Most of the victims buried in a local graveyard, while some families plan to take the bodies to their native towns for burial. Turkey implementing extensive security measures for the upcoming NATO summit, deploying thousands of police and banning public gatherings. The country has also converted a former military airfield into a new airport facility to host NATO leaders. These actions aim to safeguard the summit while also demonstrating Turkey's commitment to the NATO alliance. On July 7th and 8th, leaders from all 32 member states, including President Trump, will gather in Ankara. Townhall.com. Coffee drinkers rejoice. Price relief for that cup of joe could be on the way.
Nestle may reduce coffee prices for consumers as bean costs decline, a senior company executive said Tuesday. The company will consider lower bean prices when setting retail prices, a potential boost to consumers seeking some relief from high coffee prices in recent years. Coffee prices rose sharply in 2024 and reached record highs in 2025 after adverse weather affected supplies.
Correspondent Bill Alexander. Americans' attitudes toward the economy improved slightly last month as gas prices declined, but their outlook is still mostly negative by historical standards. Conference Board says its Consumer Confidence Index rose 0.6 of a point to 91.2 in June. It's a figure that's still below the year-ago reading, which was 95.2. Consumer attitudes worsened after the Iran war got underway. More on these stories, townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Clint Eastwood would never tell to make his day. John Fredericks.
Hey guys, thanks for being with us. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Great to have you with us today. Got a lot of callers on hold. Got Phil Klein coming up in a couple of minutes, a little bit later. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in? You know, there's been a big healthcare debate in this country. It's very expensive. I'm 68, so I am on, I guess, Medicare. You have no idea what I pay. It's like almost $3,000. Like, what is the point of Medicare? Like, I'm paying more for Medicare than I was for just regular insurance. It's insane what the costs are. They're so out of control, kind of like gas, right? We know we're being gouged. So that's why, look, I partnered with Barry Draper. He's a great guy. He wrote the song that we play at 8 a.m. every day, the patriotic song. He's a great guy. He's been in the healthcare business forever. He wanted to find something to put together to build a conglomeration that was affordable for people and companies. And that's what he did. And he's calling it Mountaineer Healthcare, but it's from his company called the Smart Health Company. And what he's did is he's put this together so you get complete comprehensive coverage, including hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network with a $15 copay. So he has worked his life to put this together, and he's launched it now, and I'm getting good reviews off it. Now, the other thing is, look, if you need quick care, telemedicine is included. If you need prescription, he's got a tiered program there. So whether you need an individual plan for yourself or you need group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has options designed to save you money. And look, if you're not on a subsidized plan, it's going to save you up to 40%. Average is 30 to 40% of your bill for the same or better coverage. I mean, he's put this together and it deserves a look. So I'm asking you, if you're concerned about your healthcare cost or you have a company and your healthcare costs are out of control, check it out. Just get a quote. See if it's right for you. If nothing else, you'll have a good convo and you'll understand it. 833-752-6742. Lower your cost. 833-752-6742. Or you can visit mountaineerhealthplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthplan.com. Mountaineerhealthplan.com. The Smart Health Company, smart coverage, real savings, and peace of mind by a true conservative that understands the healthcare costs in this country are out of control. So check them out, mountaineerhealthplan.com. And we thank Barry for putting this together and give it a shot. Okay, we're going to get back to the phone lines. Joe in Charlotte. Go ahead, Joe. Thank you for the wait.
John, during the commercial break, I went to 1775 Coffee and ordered the medium roast.
Very good. Thank you. You'll love it.
I just want, Amy Coney Barrett's legacy is going to be this. This is that she'll be the last female appointed by a Republican. Because prove me, as Charlie Cook would say, prove me wrong. Name one real conservative female that's ever been on the Supreme Court.
None.
Yeah. Mike Davis, who I'm sure you know, Mike Davis said she lied to him and during the interview process. It's sad, but it is what it is. I can't change the facts.
Yeah, she's a liar. She lied about her past. She lied about her positions. Now she's aligned with Roberts, and the fact that nobody's written about this. I'm gonna do a big expo. Why do they vote the same way on every single issue? With us or against us, their vote is never split. Why is that? I find that odd. Therefore, they can get a 5-4 majority no matter what they do. These two people control the outcome of every case. Because it's 3-3, right? Or it's 4-3 conservatives. So they two people control every single case. 3 of the liberals always vote the same way because they're reliable, like John Thune isn't. And then the 4 conservatives always vote the same way 90% of the time, or 95. Once in a while, what's his name will go off and go with the liberals, but that's Kavanaugh, but that's 1 out of 10 times. So these 2 people have figured out we control the court. Something's wrong here, okay? 2 people are controlling a 9-person court. They control it. Those 2 people make every decision. They get together and they decide what they're going to do. And the other 7 justices don't friggin' matter. Don't you find that odd? Doesn't that bother you, Joe? It's a 9-person court. 2 people get together as a block and decide every frigging case in America. Everyone. And you don't think they sit there and say, how is the New York Times going to talk about us? You don't think they sit there and say, you know what? Let's throw the conservatives a bone with the spending on campaigns, because at the end of the day, the Democrats will find the money and match it. Who cares? And then there'll be more advertising for people like John Fredericks Radio, and he'll get off my back. You think? I'm punning that. Obviously, they're not saying that. But that's kind of the concept, right? So the ruling, so, okay, well, we can't vote to let transgenders beat up our girls. Like, we can't do that. We'd like to do it, but like, we can't do it because then there'd be so much outrage they'd be asking for us to get impeached. So we'll give them that. But what matters to the future of the country, we'll turn it over to the communists. Unfriggin' believable. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead. You got me off again.
No, John Thune. I'm reading things on X that John Thune's wife is a Democrat and his daughter works for some liberal activist group. Do you know if that's true or not?
I don't know. I haven't checked into it, but I certainly wouldn't doubt it. But I don't know.
Okay. Hey, John, great show. I'm looking forward to getting my 1775 coffee, medium roast, and thank you. Have a great day.
You have that one time, Joe. We got you. It's that good. I love my 1775. I mean, it's quality of life, Joe. Quality of life. That's all it is. Okay, who else we got here? We got Joe. Trying to figure out who we got. Line 4, Vic in Florida. Vic, go ahead.
Good morning, John. John, as my wife and I took a long road trip from Northeast Florida all the way to Maine, and as I speak to you right now, John, I'm looking out the window. It's a beautiful scene here in southern Maine, in the little town of Elliott, and I had a chance to talk to some people around here who've been around here a long time, some people who have deep family roots here and roots in local politics and all that kind of stuff. And I have a lot to talk to you about, but I'm going to keep it kind of brief this morning. But I'm enjoying your show, John, and your guests are terrific, and really enjoying that a lot. And I probably would have a question for Dr. Phil Klein, but I think I'm going to stay real close to topic here. We were in New York and Connecticut for a couple of weeks. And what I saw in New York with those 3 Democrat Party primaries, those 3 people who won the Democrat Party primaries there, I saw this when I was a kid, John. This is the rise of the weather underground. After the Students for a Democratic Society, which raised a lot of hell in the 1960s, the Vietnam War, the draft trailed off. The bitter, angry, violent husk that was left over was people like Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn. You know, they were married, and they in Chicago, they introduced Barack Hussein Obama to politics. Now, that weather underground, I remember them. I saw them. I was in New Haven at the time. I had family at Yale. These are people running around with masks on, like COVID. They they beat COVID to the mass business because they didn't want to be recognized sometimes. And the right hand fist with the black leather glove. I think you remember seeing the images from real violent people, the Munich massacre, the guy holding his fist up with a black glove. And I haven't seen that in a few years, except for old newsreels. Well, I'm watching TV in New York, and I'm looking at TV, and they're showing the reception of these three Democrat Party candidates, congressional candidates who won their primaries, and they're speaking. And, I had a flashback. I started to tremble, John. I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing people sitting at a table with masks on, and a woman gets up, and she's about to introduce one of these candidates who just won one of these three primaries, and she starts talking about stuff about marriage and her view on marriage. And I'm saying, what the heck is this? And then she says, marriage is slavery. The only difference between a woman who's married and a sex worker is that the sex workers get paid for it. I haven't heard that kind of talk in a long time from the left, but it's come back. And then they brought the woman up who won the primary. And the first thing she says is, and you won't believe this, or maybe you will, John. I know Phil Klein will because he's been around the block a few times. This woman says, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to keep fighting until we have abortions in every single church. That's what she actually said. I was flabbergasted. I haven't heard that kind of crazy talk for a long, long time. But it's here, John. Phil, this is the Weather Underground Fredericks. They brought us Barack Hussein Obama, and I don't know what they're bringing now, but it's pretty frightening. These are very serious and focused people. And before I go, because I don't want to keep Mr. Klein, Dr. Klein.
Well, go ahead and ask him. We have him on now. Go ahead, Vic.
Okay. Here's my question, Dr. Klein. Here's my question. I think Mark Wayne Mullen is not up to the job. He might be a nice person. He has a close relationship with the president, and I think he should be replaced. And the person I think that would best replace him is Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach. Chris Kobach has been a leader in the movement to, keep aliens out of the country, and I think he's a strong guy academically. He can handle himself in questioning, and I think he would make an ideal replacement. I sent a text to the White House to this effect, and I'll get off the air, let Dr. Klein respond to that. We have a lot to say about the senatorial race here up in Maine, John. I've been talking to people who know what they're talking about. It's very frightening. I think that he could win. I won't mention his name. He could win this race, and I'm not trying to be a fearmonger.
You actually think Plattner can beat Susan Collins, a revered figure there?
Yes.
How?
Yes. Okay.
You guys are nuts.
How? That could be said about many people, John. Okay, I'll give you one piece of evidence, John. My wife and I drove around this little town of Elliott yesterday, and we were looking at the signs. John, we counted 20 Graham Plattner signs, and guess how many signs there were for Susan Collins, John? 1. Now, granted, there's a lot of Massachusetts people in this town because this is southern Massachusetts. But I had an opportunity to speak to somebody who's been here for generations and he's run for public office. He's an older guy, but he's smart. And he says that Plattner will take the two main southern counties, Cumberland County and this county. And the votes are concentrated in the southern part of Maine. And we believe that Jenna Bellows has already mailed out packages of absentee ballots all over the state. Right. I'll get off the air now, John. We'll talk about this again.
Okay, let's get to Phil. Phil, go ahead and answer Vic's question. Phil Klein with us, law professor, Liberty University, former AG, Kansas. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I can't speak directly to John Wayne Mullins. It's too early, but I can speak to Chris Kobach, the Attorney General of Kansas, and he is an outstanding leader. he certainly can have a role in the administration. He has focused on immigration extensively in the past and is seen a leader in that arena as well as an election integrity. I'm not sure if he wants a job, but he certainly would be one to hire for the job. And John, I know there's a lot of frustration in birthright citizenship and the issue that was determined there. There are about 9,600 children born in that type of tourism each year in the United States. But there are significant decisions the court made recently and over the past, 8 to 10 years where it is hemming in the administrative state. And that is going to be the most significant series of decisions this court has made that will help us restore a republic if we have the right leaders. And the problem that you're seeing right now, this lurch to the left, and we've talked about this, it is the infusion of these billions of dollars by billionaires, many of them foreign, that flow through the nonprofit network. We need to eliminate McCain-Feingold. We need to eliminate nonprofit status. We need the monies to flow to the party where they're more accountable to the grassroots. And additionally, the left funds vision and talent while conservative parties, Republican parties, are still run by consultants. The reason that Mondami won, the reason you're seeing this is they have a grassroots network that registers voters and turns them out many times in a way that you can't trace it. There's concerns about fraud, but they're on the front porch and we're not. And if we continue to do this, and that is blame other things than look internally into the way our party operates and is organized and the consultant class runs the show, then that's why we're getting beat. Not because Americans are Marxists.
This isn't about getting beat, Phil. I'm going to push back here. I'm sorry. We're going to agree to disagree. I'm with you on the front porch, and I'm with you on this whole campaign now is about ballots, boxes, and maps, NGOs. I'm with you on that. But what you're seeing in these Democratic primaries is way beyond what you mentioned, Phil. This is a real communist uprising in this country on the Democratic side who are taking their party over. They're going to call it's Communist Party USA. It's real.
We
there
don't
are
disagree.
Young people.
We don't disagree on any of that.
There are young people, and this isn't like, well, they're cheating or this, that. No. There is a movement that goes beyond money and NGOs. I don't know where this started. No pleasure. I don't know where the hell it started. But it's insanity what is going on, and it's growing by the day.
Let me put it in context. Mondami, they registered 1 million new voters in a couple of years, and they moved turnout in the mayor's race from 24% to almost 40%. By being on the front door. Of those new million voters, which doubled the registration in New York, 94% of them voted. That's insane. And the Republican Party isn't even responding. And if President Trump doesn't get the billionaires together and say, we've got to create an organization away from the politics of media celebrity, away from the future of my family, away from the future of this candidate, and focus on local, then we've lost. And unfortunately, we haven't seen that leadership anywhere. These parties need to be reorganized to go local. That's how we win. And we lose because Americans it's being sold. It's just being sold. Our education system is being sold. The Soros Open Society Foundation is funding religious organizations, changing the meaning of Christianity through what they're teaching. We can go on and on about this flow of money. And we don't have bold reaction to it because we are a celebrity party captured by the consultants who want to make money first. And it's got to implode. That is the weakness of the Republican Party. The weakness of the Democrat Party is they're Marxist. I agree. Most Americans would not support them, but they're on the front door. And when they're on the front door, they're not wearing a red star. They're acting like they're a member of your community. They're acting like they are concerned about the issues that you have, and their policies are reshaping this country. And we're asleep at the wheel.
Well, listen,
That's
I
the
agree with
problem.
you on our inability to go local, right? I mean, that's why I ran this campaign. Ward 2 chairman here. I mean, here's what you got to do. You got to do what I did. So I agree with you there 100%. I mean, I got an email from somebody the other day. Don't know the person. Said, "Hey, I'm not getting my garbage picked up on a regular basis. Here's my address. Can you find out why they don't pick my garbage up on a regular basis like every other time?" I mean, if you're going to get involved locally, you got to go. That's what you got to do. You got to go help somebody get their garbage picked up. See, we don't want to. I'll do it. Like I went over there. I'll do it. But we don't want to do that. And to the celebrity thing, I agree with that. Everyone could go on TV, go on Newsmax, go on Fox News, do this, do that. But nobody wants to go help the guy or gal. I don't know what party they're in. I don't care. They're not getting their trash picked up. And they heard I'm Ward 2 chairman, so they find my email from my site and email me.
We have a lot of people who are willing to do that, John. It's just the left, if you want to do that, you can drop out of college or you can graduate and start at $80,000 a year at an NGO with these billionaires paying you. Or you can be a conservative where the party doesn't care. And you can wear out your own shoes. You can suffer in the heat knocking on doors. You can answer those questions. And I've met with these organizations, and they are passionate, they are real, they're substantive, but the political party doesn't care because they can't make money at it. So therefore, we're not funding these folks. We're not supporting them at the local level. We have no apparatus, and the left has been doing it now with the leadership of Soros and others for 26 years. And they're reaping the benefit of that today.
All right, we got to go. Phil, you're welcome to hang with us. We got Elizabeth in New York City. We got Cindy in Washington, D.C. coming up, and Phil Klein.
I've got to run, John. I'm sorry, but
thank you. Thank you for being with us. See you next week. Have a happy Independence Day weekend, Phil, with you, your family, and your new grandbaby.
You bet.
All right. Calls when you get back. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day. People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Well, what a day. Call lines open. This show is for you. You got to vent. We got a lot of great callers today. By the way, all of your calls are up on our YouTube channel. So go there, share it with your friends, put it on your social media, because we put it there. If you're not aware of this, Dan puts them up, and we title it JFMN Caller, your first name, only your first name, your state, and a little title on it. And you can find it on our YouTube page. And all you got to do is go to YouTube. It's also on Rumble and other stuff, but YouTube's the easiest. Go to YouTube and just put in John Fredericks Media Network, not John Fredericks Show. That's old. That's still there. We can't get rid of it. It's just there, but we don't put anything on that. John Fredericks Media Network, and just scroll down, and you're going to find your call there. So do that. Let's get to the phone lines. It's kind of unbelievable what is going on here in this country. I never thought this would happen. I got to write something down. Somebody I need to call. I got to call Josh on another matter. Just popped in my head. Let's go to. I'm sorry, guys. I got so many calls here. Elizabeth in New York, looks like line 1. Elizabeth, New York, line 1, you're live. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, John?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Of course.
I had a few thoughts on the birthright citizenship and how to deal with it.
Yes.
One, I think, remember when there was COVID, you had to have like a letter from your doctor that you got the shot and you were COVID negative? Anybody who's female coming in on a tourist visa between, maybe 14 and 55 has to show a negative pregnancy test that's been taken within 5 days of entering the country. I also think that if you're here and you're not a citizen, you can't buy a gun, you can't vote. Well, now you also cannot give birth in America if you're here on a tourist visa or an asylum claim or any sort of temporary status. And if you do give birth on American soil, it should be illegal, up to 10 years in prison, and a $1 million fine.
I'm for it. There's the solution. Just like you had to have, just like you had to have the COVID card, right? The Vax card. I remember, and this is
Yeah.
real. I remember Ann and I were in Qatar, in Doha, in the Middle East, for the Doha Forum years ago during COVID. I don't remember when, 2021, 22. I don't remember. But and everybody knows we both got the shot because I wanted to see my son coach basketball, and Ann had a shower and all that, baby shower, and whatever it is, we each got a shot, and we had the card, right? When we went to go home in Doha at the airport to get back into the United States, right? They wouldn't let us on the plane if we didn't have that card. And if we didn't have vaccine, flight, you're going to miss it. They told us, they were telling other people where they had to go, somewhere downtown, to get a shot, and then they'd rebook their flight. But without that card, they did not let you leave their country and get on that plane. So that was real. And that was for nothing. Okay. They basically made this up so they could steal the election and get Trump out of there. We all know that now. So if they can have a card for that, you should get a pregnancy test. You're not pregnant, fine. You're pregnant, you can't get in. I think that's a great idea.
Here is on a tourist visa, and they do manage to give birth, 10 years in prison, $1 million fine, automatic final deportation order, and you can never be a citizen.
I agree with you. I mean, I thought that yesterday, I knew the Supreme Court, we knew from the questioning, the birthright thing was going down. I mean, Lewandowski told you that, I guess, Monday or Tuesday, whenever he was on. So he already told you that. We knew that. But I really expected a carve out. And I expected the carve out to be, there's a certain amount of time you got to be here. You can't fly in, have a baby, and that's the purpose of flying in here or getting over the border. And they didn't even carve that out. They carved nothing out. It's like you're born here, you're a citizen, and the CCP is laughing their ass off how stupid we are. And the CCP, they play the 50 to 100 year game. We play the next quarter. That's why they win. They're saying in 50 years, we'll have 500,000 Chinese voters living in Beijing that can vote by mail wherever we want. This is how ridiculous this country is. It's insane. But here we are. Right? Here we are. Anything else on your mind, Elizabeth?
I mean, do you think Congress would get off their butt and do something like that with those laws?
No, they don't do anything. I mean, the Democrats, if it was something that the Democrats were in control and something like, open up the border so all the illegals could come in and vote, they'd all vote for that in 15 seconds. But no, we'll dork around and we're trying to get the SAVE Act of Reconciliation, and you've got, you got Chip Roy and Lauren Boebert don't want to vote for it. I mean, it's just shut up. This is what you never have this on the left communist side. Whatever is in their best interest to win, they vote for 100%, no dissension. We can't even get this thing in reconciliation because now we got conservatives don't like it because you're spending money. Go away. This is why we're losing. Okay, they're all holier than thou. Like Chip Roy, didn't you just get your ass kicked in your attorney general's race? Get out of my face. Go back to Texas, raise your family, go be a consultant, a lawyer. I don't care what you do. Get out of my face. You ran for attorney general and you lost. Go away. Now you're holding things up in Congress again. The Democrats never do this. Elizabeth, never. And we can't get out of our own damn way. We've met the enemy. It's us. It's not them. We could defeat them. But we don't have people on our side with the balls, the courage, or the gumption to get this stuff done. Thune could pass this tomorrow. He won't do it. So we can lose. So they can sit in the minority and suck their thumb and get their checks working 26 out of 52 weeks. You know it and I know it. And the more this goes on, the more angrier MAG is getting with these people. Elizabeth, New York, I'll give you the final word.
Door knocking and being on the front porch. Turning Point Action has a great door knocking campaign, and the GOP should be funding them and training them and getting them in all 50 states, and they're not.
Of course we're not. See, we don't want to win. And this is what Phil Klein was saying, and on that I agree with him. See, we don't want to win. They want to win. If you have the will to win, you can beat the odds. That's why they're beating the odds. They have the will. We don't. I just got to look what's happening here in Washington, D.C. I'm an island. My party has abandoned me because I want to win, and I just won an election. And they have kicked me out of the party. They don't want to knock on doors. They don't want to do anything. They won't stand up to the communists here. They are yet to put out a frigging press release. I put out a text and an email 3 times a week. The party here has yet to put out one press conference or one press release on Janice Lewis George, the communist incoming mayor. Not one. Not any position on home rule, nothing. They don't want to fight. They want their badge. Oh, now they're going to the midterm convention. They go fly to Dallas with their little badge on. Look at me. I'm chairman of something that is meaningless. I'm chairman of a trash can. Basically it. So look, we're on the same page. Got to go knock on doors. You got to fight. That's the people on the show are fighters. And it's not, look, I'm going to be candid here. Our people are the real activists. This isn't the fake stuff. And you guys know who I'm talking about. Posses and this and that. Show up at a meeting at CPAC and rah, rah, rah. No, our people are doing the work. This is real. This is the real movement is right here. The movement in Washington, D.C. and across the country is right here. This is, if you just look at our callers, this is the tip of MAGA 2.0 spear right here. This is why we exist. Not talking about posses that, fly in the meetings and, do rah-rah. That doesn't do crap. This is what matters. People like Elizabeth and Joe, etc. All right. Elizabeth in New York, anything else?
Well said. Thank you so much for taking my call. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Call anytime. Thank you for calling. Let's see what else we got here. We've got Cindy in Washington, D.C. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, good morning, John.
Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you.
What? Whoa, we got all kinds of static. Put your phone up to your mouth. Take it off the speaker.
I'm not on speaker. I've got a corded headset. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, because I got to catch a bus in 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett. What a mess. I'll tell you, John, worked a long time. Men, women, various large organizations, government, non-government. I only had 2 female supervisors that I had any respect for. The rest of them, throw them in the garbage can, okay? I don't like women in charge. I don't, for various reasons. I'd much rather work for men than women. That said, we need to start vetting people. And I'm not talking about filling out a form and your background and la-ti-da. I want to know who they associate with. I want to know where they went to school, what kind of groups they affiliated with. I want deep dive into their background. We have got so many people and so much resources out there that we should know. I'm tired of seeing that word.
Okay, we're not getting your audio, dear. We're not getting your. You have to take your headset off and just put your phone up to your mouth.
So tired of these people. Tired of not being vetted. I had to be vetted 6 ways to Sunday to get the job that I have now. Okay? So I don't want to hear the garbage that it can't be done. And going forward, people, buckle up, because the left have so many boots on the ground, make your head explode. They're everywhere, into everything. And this is what, I don't know if you call yourself conservative, MAGA, whatever. You better get out on the street and make some moves. You better start talking to people. You better start figuring things out, because things are happening at an accelerated pace. The fact, John, that those people in D.C. won't even address this potential new mayor, this Janice. Of course they're not, because you know why? They want to play ball with her. They want to be nice. There's no more time for nice, people. No more time for nice. Do you want a country or not? Do you want the rule of law the way it was set up for the Constitution or not? There's no more time for nice. Be nice to your family. Be nice to your pets. That's it. Everybody else, put your shoes on and get out there and make some moves. Quit listening to what they're doing, and let's we make some moves.
We got to lead by example. That's why I did this in D.C. A lot of people can't understand why I did this. You can't tell other people what to do and ask them or encourage them to do something that you yourself won't do. It's not for the other guy. It's for us. Everybody's got to do what I did. It wasn't easy. I mean, it took a lot of time. And Cindy, you were involved in this from the beginning. So it was a massive effort to get this seat. Massive. So, and you know, now I got people emailing me, asking me for help with their garbage. This is what it is. And if you're not willing to do that, then you can't encourage other people to get involved at the grassroots level like we have and knock on doors and do what you got to do in order to move the needle and save the country. And it starts with cleaning up trash on a street corner. There's no glamour in that. This isn't about glamour. You know, Phil Klein nailed it. We got to get out of this celebrity stuff. Celebrity status. You gotta be a grunt, because they're grunts, and they want a communist system. They hate America. That's why they won't go to the state fair. I mean, the number of states who said, I'm not participating in the state fair because they don't like Trump, it's got nothing to do with Trump. It's your country. They hate America. And they're getting elected in big numbers. So you better wake up. Everybody better wake up today. This now hit Colorado. What do you think is next? This is no longer the Eastern Coastal. It hit the Mountain West. It hit Denver. It hit a suburb in Colorado with a Republican congressman who is at risk. And they put up a communist. And the communist is going to be the favorite to flip that seat if we don't get up off our ass and realize what's going on. And so you're right about that, Cindy. Now, hang in there. Thank you for the call, as always, Cindy, and thank you for your help here in D.C. You've been an inspiration, no doubt. Anthony, Florida, line 3. Anthony, you're live.
Good morning, John. Article 10 of the Bill of Rights, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution or prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. All these apparatuses of the government have failed. And I've always been at this point. I've never had any confidence in any Congress critter or any of these guys that you're friends with. God bless you. But I'm not friends with any politicians for this reason. I owe my allegiance and oath. I took an oath when I joined the military. All of us that joined the military, we take an oath. And when you leave the military, you are not released from that oath. It's a lifelong thing. And, you know, everybody, like our side, I have no faith. I have no trust in, you know, in Congress and in the Senate. They're going home early. They're getting their benefits. They get the best health care, not Obamacare. They get their own best health care on the planet. Like, and Cindy is right. And I talked to a lot of her, including her, on the phone. Brother, let me tell you something. You can go pick up trash or whatever, but these people are going to put you against the wall. And I'm talking to you and everybody else that wants to fight the good fight. They're going to put you against the wall when they win. Not if, but when. And when they do, everybody's going to scream and holler. But the grassroots, the grunt, the dude like me on the ground, we're not going to take it. So when they run up against the hard break, the granite of this country, me, and I'm talking to you socialists, when you run up against me, you're going to know it. They can keep playing footsie with you guys, but when they get to me, you'll know it. I promise you. We're not going to let it fall easily. We're not. God bless you, brother. But the Supreme Court let us down. They just said, okay, whatever. Pick a choice. Speak Chinese or Arabic. Choose. Or they just say, get out there. Politicians, you better do your job. Because if I do your job, you're not going to like it. But freedom in this country will be maintained. What did Europe? All the Europeans came over here. They love this country. They love how big it is. Do we not see how good our own country is?
No, we've
they outlawed
the indoctrination of our education system, which has been going on for 50 years, finally took root. This is what this all gets down to. It finally took root. Part of it was COVID. Part of it was parents not getting as involved as they were in certain things, whatever it was, freedom, internet, social media, I don't know what, but it finally took root. And now we have a generation of young people that loathe the country they live in because they've been taught that we're evil, capitalism is wrong, they're being exploited. Karl Marx, this is what they've been taught. America no good, no pledge of allegiance, no God, transgenders, abortions. Like that one lady said, I'm going to see the day where we're having abortions performed in church. That's what they want. This is a godless culture, dude. This is beyond communism. They hate God. They hate Christians. They despise Catholics. This is what we're up against.
Hate the flag.
They hate the flag. They hate the state fair. They hate saluting. They hate anything. They hate it all. They want to just tear this thing down to the shreds in a godless society. I mean, you got a candidate for Congress saying, my goal is to see abortions performed in church. The hell is that? Like, let's mock God. There is no God. This is it's satanic. Okay, this is like Satan ritual. I hate to get off on this stuff, but you got people running for Congress saying that? I mean, I go to church at St. Anne's on Sunday. So one thing I love about St. Anne's, tradition, no politics, gospel. And the largest crucifix right in front of me. That's why I go to church. It's a godless society, man. It's sick. These people are sick. It's sickening. But here we are. And we can complain about it or we can do something about it, right? Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, these Supreme Court justices, could you please not serve these people? You know, when they go out in public, how do they interact? I know that they have to eat. They have to do their laundry. You know, that they're affecting what they've done. This decision has basically damned the country. They shouldn't even, I wouldn't serve them a burger. I just wouldn't even let them in my business. I'm a business owner. If I owned a Burger King, you wouldn't be allowed in the door. Nope, go eat somewhere else. I don't care if I lose my business. I will not serve a traitor to this nation. I won't.
The break point's coming. The break point's coming. I think we're right there. We're at the doorstep. We're going to have to decide what kind of a country want to be, because this takeover is real. This is not New York City. This is not San Francisco. This is Colorado. It's coming to you if we don't stop it. And we got to lace them up and lace them tight. And you got to get involved. You want to save your country? Get involved. Join your party. Yes, they suck. Yes, they'll treat you like garbage like me. Yes, they'll try to throw you out like they threw me out. Stand up to it and take it over. Just like the communists are taking over the Dems. Lock, stock, and barrel, like I said 3 months ago, there's no Democratic Party. This is now Communist Party USA. The Democrat in front of the name is a hoax. Communist Party USA. To the left of Gus Hall. John Fredericks Media Network. Morgan Griffith next. Plus, I got Amy. I got Rob. Guys, hang in there. I'll be right with you.
The Northeast, intense heat and humidity settling in. No immediate relief in sight.
It is so humid that it's difficult. Okay, just like in a tent, there's not much you can do but sleep, really, anyways. And it is so humid that it is impossible to sleep. I'm telling you, unless you're just physically exhausted.
He was interviewed at a cooling center in Marietta, Georgia. Ray Dawson is there as well. He's homeless.
You can't find no shelter nowhere, no shade nowhere, and it's hot. And most of the stores won't give you no water.
The National Weather Service says conditions are more than uncomfortable. They're downright dangerous. The heat index topping 100 degrees in some areas. The heat index is how it feels when the air temperature and the humidity are combined. President Trump is urging Congress to do something about birthright citizenship. This after the Supreme Court struck down Mr. Trump's executive order that limited birthright citizenship. In the meantime, the president is applauding a separate Supreme Court ruling.
President Trump taking to his Truth Social page, reacting to the Supreme Court ruling in favor of Idaho and West Virginia banning transgender athletes from competing in women's sports. The president writing in all caps the two words, big win. Then he goes on to say the United States Supreme Court just ruled against men playing in women's sports. Wow, that takes that ridiculous situation off the table. 3 explanation points.
Correspondent Laura Winters. A Democratic socialist beats a 30-year incumbent in Colorado's Democratic primary for the U.S. House, 1st District, Denver. 29-year-old former lawyer Mila Quiros beat veteran Congresswoman Diana DeGette. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures down 144 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
Several pre-dawn firebomb attacks in Greece targeting members of that country's governing New Democracy Party.
Greek authorities say the 3 attacks early Wednesday in Thessaloniki used crude explosive devices. 5 people have been hospitalized so far. Officials add the injuries occurred during the final attack when cars and motorcycles were set on fire. One car belonging to a parliamentary candidate for the New Democracy Party. Police say the candidate suffered burns and her mother was hospitalized in intensive care. Officials add 3 other residents were hospitalized for smoke inhalation. Attacks by militant groups on political figures and symbols of power are relatively frequent in Greece. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Venezuela's government reports 1,943 people died, more than 10,500 injured in the twin earthquakes that struck on the 24th of last month. Thousands more still unaccounted for. News and analysis, townhall.com. Questions are raised over the newly formed U.S. Wildland Fire Service's firefighting strategy.
The deaths of 3 firefighters in Colorado have refueled debate over the Trump administration's focus on full suppression of new fires, reversing a decades-long trend towards embracing flames as a tool to burn off highly flammable old growth to help lessen the risk of too much fuel, igniting catastrophic blazes. Critics of the new policy say that the newly created U.S. Wildland Fire Service was created by consolidating 4 Interior Department agencies, causing confusion. One former federal firefighter asked what was the real risk that justified putting those firefighters at risk.
Correspondent Lisa Dwyer. Job openings held at a surprisingly strong 7.6 million in May, the American labor market remaining resilient. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Ponder this. I was a crew member of a sailboat racing team. I should tell you that I never really developed sea legs, so my contributions to the team left a little to be desired. As I recall, on one racing day, the captain put me at the helm. He must have been desperate. During the race, a strong gust of wind came up suddenly. The boat heeled dramatically. I panicked and let go of the helm for fear of being tossed overboard and lost at sea forever. Thank the Lord for the keel, a heavy fin at the bottom of the boat that rights the boat during heavy winds. It remains unseen under the water, but it is a powerful stabilizer during the rough weather. You know, the Lord is like a keel in life. If we turn to Him, especially during turbulent times, He will always guide us to safety. He provides us with stability during rough times in our life if we reach out to Him and ask for help. Run to the Lord in prayer and trust that He will lead you to calmer waters. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off.
This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live from our studio right by the White House in Washington, D.C. Great to have you with us today. President Trump on his way to South Dakota. That's going to be fun. He's already off and gone on the press pool, already on their way to JB8. Morgan Griffith's going to be joining us here in a moment. This segment brought to you by my good friend Mike Lindell at My Pillow. Let's roll. Moving to a new factory. It's got the best sale going on right now. You know what? Everything in our home is My Pillow. Why? Great savings, affordability, great products. We save a lot of money, and it's about quality of life. Here's a couple things I encourage you to get. Their 6-piece towel set, marked down to $29.98 because they're moving. Free shipping. Free shipping. I asked them to extend it through the holiday. July 6th, free shipping. Slippers to die for. 3, comforter. Unbelievable. We have comforters on all of our beds. The My Pillow comfort is the greatest comforter ever made. Number 4, Giza sheets. Cooling sensation. I mean, everything they have is phenomenal. Everything. Of course, the pillows, obviously. But beyond the pillows, you know, pillowcases, the Giza sheets, the comforter, the My Towel set, the My Slippers, pajamas, you know, if you wear those, everything they have is fantastic. And it's right now, you get up to 80% off on the biggest sale they got to move. Whatever in that factory is going, because they don't want to ship it. So take advantage of this now. Just go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. Do it now. There's something there for you. I especially get the towels, because you have those towels one time, it's like, okay, this is nice. It's quality of life. And they're so affordable. Put in promo code Godzilla, going to get all the savings, or you can give them a call. 800-854-0504. Operator standing by, 800-054-0504. I want to thank Mike Lindell, Dawn Curtis, our friends. They're great people, and it's just fabulous. The products they have for the price they have is just great. So check them out. Go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, or give them a call. 800 854 0504, and you're good to go, right? Okay, let's get to Congressman, 9th District, Republican Morgan Griffith, Virginia, also a member of the Freedom Caucus. Morgan, thanks for being with us today.
Good to be with you. Hope all is well.
Right off the bat, reaction to the birthright citizenship movement by SCOTUS.
I think that it's something that Congress has to fix. I mean, I agree with the president in philosophy, but I do think that the Supreme Court, and I haven't read the opinion, but I think the Supreme Court made some good points, at least in what I have read about it. But I think we're going to have to fix it because you shouldn't be able to fly to a U.S. territory from China, have a baby, fly back to China, and then you have a Chinese individual who is eligible to run for president of the United States, vote in all of our elections, and basically represent the Chinese government on the soil of the United States. And that was never what that was intended for. The world was different when the laws were passed and when the constitutional amendment was written. So I'll have to look at it and see if there's anything we can do without a constitutional amendment. I hope there is, but I think it's Congress's job.
And would this be in the form of legislation that you see?
I'll have to read the opinion before I can determine whether it's legislation that needs to happen directly or whether it needs to be legislation for a constitutional amendment to tweak. We don't want to take away anybody who is here legitimately. We don't want to take away their rights, but what the 14th Amendment was for was to make sure that you didn't have some way to skirt around and say that African American individuals could not participate, former slaves could not participate in the government. And now we have, people who, I mean, when they wrote it, they had no idea that people might fly from China to a U.S. territory just to have a baby so they could claim it was a U.S. citizen.
Incredible.
And, that's a big concern. You have all the illegals who come across the southern border, but that's not near as big a problem as the threat from the Chinese.
It's unbelievable that we would allow this to happen. It's like you really don't have a country anymore. It's a joke. I mean, there's no other nation on earth that would let this happen, where somebody can fly in, have a baby, they're a citizen, and over a 30-year period, you got 500,000 of them. I mean, it's insane. It's just no other country would allow to happen what this country does, and it's why we're falling apart. Did the Colorado results of the communist takeover of the Democrat Party, seats they are going to win, they're going to be your colleagues, right? Republicans are not going to beat this lady from Ethiopia who is a communist that hates God, hates church, hates Catholic, hates Jews, hates your country, hates Republicans, hates MAGA, and hates Trump, right? She represents hate. That's all she is. You're going to be serving with her in Congress. Did that shock you at all?
It certainly disappointed me. I can't say it shocked me after we saw what happened in New York. I mean, this is the new Democrat Party. And what happened was the old Democrat Party let these folks come in, gave them a seal of approval, respectability, and Bernie Sanders looks like a nice older gentleman, and he says things a little more rationally than some of the newer people, but they gave him all this good housekeeping seal of approval, and now they're taking over the Democratic Party, and you and I are 68 years old, and when we were young, we disagreed with the Democrat Party, but they didn't want to destroy America. They didn't want to do anything, but they had different views on how to make America better. Now we've got people who actually do not have the best interest of the country as their main objective, and they're taking over the party. I mean, one of the big questions, if I'm Hakeem Jeffries, is do I have the votes to get elected as the leader of the Democrats, whether I'm in the majority or the minority? I don't know that he does. I mean, that's something they'll have to decide, but the Democrat Party has now become the party of the Communist Party. The Democratic Socialists will have a significant seat at the table in their discussions. God forbid, if they get the majority in November, the Democrats will give good committee assignments to Democratic socialists, to people who no longer avow to be uh, believers in the principles of the United States, but believe more in the philosophies of Karl Marx. And it's scary and it's very troublesome and very disappointing, particularly since even though I rarely agreed with her on the issues, Diana DeGette was a hardworking, conscientious member of Congress. And I don't know what was going on in her district because I don't go to Denver and Aurora very often. So I don't know whether she was doing the things that you're supposed to do, but I suspect it was just a matter of this new young group of people who think that communism or democratic socialism, whatever they call it today, it's the same thing. It's Marxism. Whatever they are thinking, the younger generation that's joined the Democrat Party thinks this is the way to go, and it is going to mean the downfall of the United States if it continues.
It's unbelievable. The downfall of the United States.
If it continues.
I mean,
there's
here we
hope
are, but
at the ballot box.
Right now, it's continuing. So right now, unless we stop it, I got a congressman of the United States, member of the Freedom Caucus, saying if this continues, we're looking at the downfall of our republic. I mean, this is how serious this is. And thank you for saying that, because I feel like I'm out there like a one-man band gang. I've been saying this now for 18 months. And I've been mocked at and laughed at on social media. And now here we are.
Yeah.
I mean,
very troubling, John. I mean, it's emotional because here we are coming up on the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding, and we have people who want to tear it down from within. I believe that the person who won in Colorado actually said something very similar to that, you know, destruction of America
is the goal.
And it's very troubling because I disagree with my Democrat colleagues on a regular basis, but I like a lot of them, and they're good Americans. These folks do not have the best interest of our country at heart. And, you know, we can disagree sometimes, but you ought to have what you think is the right thing for the United States of America to move forward in the hopes that we make it to the 300th birthday, that we make it to the 350th. Right now, if we don't stop these democratic socialists, and the Democrats have to do it on their side, and we have to do it at the ballot box by running candidates who can beat them. And I'm not saying we're going to win in Denver and Aurora, Colorado, but we've got to be careful what we do in every race, whether it's, you know, the 2nd District of Virginia, where, you know, they'll put somebody up who sounds fairly reasonable, but when they get to DC, they're going to be voting with those democratic socialists and putting them on good committees. Every single race is going to be important this year, and we've got to reelect a lot of the people who have more common sense.
The bellwether will be the seat you hold in Colorado, which is outside of Denver. I forget the Republican's name.
Gabe Evans.
Dave Evans.
Gabe Evans.
Dave Evans is
Gabe. JBE.
Gabe. He's a MAGA conservative, good guy, votes with us the majority of the time, a very reliable guy. That's a swing district. He's going to go up against the communist who won that seat in an upset, right? Because they all won.
Yeah.
And that to me is going to be the bellwether, because there you've got a seat which is 50-50 that Gabe's done a good job. He doesn't vote with us 100% of the time on everything, which is fine. 80%, great. He's going up against a communist. And that is going to be the bellwether. If we lose that seat and lose it big, not a good harbinger for things to come in America. Yeah. So keep your eye on that Gabe seat. It's going to be a ton of money will be poured in there, but there you've got MAGA v. communist 50-50 in Colorado. We'll see what happens. Michael Bennet, you know, I don't agree with him on 90% of this stuff, but the guy's reasonable, right? Senator, he's a reasonable guy, doesn't hate America, runs for governor, gets killed by the communist candidate. Killed. The guy's a household name. Bennett's been there forever, right? Senator, congressman, got annihilated last night by the Attorney General, who basically ran on the communist ticket, and that's statewide. That's just not one district. What was your reaction to that?
It's all stunning and very disappointing. And it affects policy. What we do in Washington, D.C. will be affected by this because they will put some of these folks on powerful committees like Energy and Commerce, on which I serve, on Judiciary, on Homeland Security. I mean, they'll get these assignments. I don't know which one gets what, but there are going to be some assignments handed out that are pretty powerful, and it's going to make a big difference on policy. And we're having struggles. We need more Republicans in general, because and look, from a policy standpoint, the American people have to decide: do you want to be communist, or do you want to continue with the republic the way it has been operating? Because we need some votes in order to get things across the floor, and we're having a hard time because we have a 2-3 seat majority depending on what day it is, and sometimes it's difficult. As you know, right now we were not able to get a rule passed, and while I think we could have improved the rule some, there were just too many folks who were looking out for this issue or that issue, and some of them are right. I'm not saying they're all wrong.
But tell everybody about the rule. I mean, this had to do with the NDA, the National Defense Authorization Act. It's where all the money goes for the military, and we tried to put the SAVE Act in there. I think Johnson had the right plan. Scalise had to put the SAVE Act in there, and that got bottled up. What rule is that bottled this up?
Well, there were about 4 or 5 different things on that issue alone. There was also, they wanted to add the basically the State Department and appropriations into the same rule, not the bill, but into the same rule. There were other things that were in that rule. I think they probably should have separated it out, told leadership this, and said, you probably ought to separate these out. I don't think they had the votes to pass the NDA rule, even with those changes, because there were folks who were fighting for various amendments who felt like they didn't get a fair hearing. Being on the Rules Committee, I thought we did a pretty good job, because one of the things we're trying to do, but it's difficult because people get upset, we're trying to say if a bill has a certain purpose, you got to stick to it. We're trying to make bills germane. It was interesting. The Democrats raised an issue that Virginia Fox, the chairwoman of Rules, had brought up previously, and they said, "Well, this was made a part of the NDA previously." And she looked over and said, "Yeah, when you all were in control, but it's not germane to the bill. So even though it's something that I support, under our rules, we're trying to make things more germane." Well, that got some people unhappy. There were other issues, but I think if people understood that we're trying to make these bills germane, so you can't add, and this was one of the hot issues, you can't add a pension matter that deals with private employees that got shafted by the Obama administration when they did the bailout of GM to a National Defense Authorization Act. Well, that lost us a couple of votes. And then there were some others that lost us a couple of votes here and a couple of votes there. And it was just, I think Mike's done, Speaker Johnson's done an incredible job of keeping us together with, a handful of 2, 3, 4 votes majority. But all these issues came in at the same time, and there was just no way that he could figure out how to get those folks to move a little bit. And then it was just, the wheels came off the bus, but we're going to try to get the wheels back on and figure out what we can do.
What was Boebert and Chip Roy complaining about yesterday?
There were several things. They want, there's a couple things they want, and you'd have to talk to them, but as I can recall it, of course, they want SAVE. We would like to see something move in the Senate. It's frustration with the Senate. There's also frustration with not being able to do some of the things that we think need to be done on the border. That probably could have been tweaked if that had been our only issue. We might have been able to been tweaked a little bit to get the votes from those two, because they're willing to work and figure out, okay, we can make this germane, because its national defense on the border. But there were just so many other issues going on that we couldn't make germane, even if you tweaked the language a little bit. That there was just no way for the speaker to sort it out. And so the vote's gone down. We'll come back after the 4th of July and hopefully be able to rectify some of that.
How do we get the SAVE Act into a reconciliation bill?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I don't think you can, personally. You can try to bootstrap it by putting in some funding, which is not a bad idea for voter ID. If you that might work, but it's up to the Senate parliamentarian. I mean, I think it's something the Senate just ought to do. And you and I agree that we need to get rid of the modern filibuster rule, which is damaging our republic significantly.
See, I guess the frustration here is you look at Thune and you look at the inaction, and he won't fire the parliamentarian, and he won't get rid of the modern filibuster, and they won't go to a talking filibuster, and he doesn't have the votes, and he won't do this and won't do that. And then you turn the news on, and communists are taking over the Democratic Party, and they're kicking everybody's butt, and all the Democrats back them. I mean, it's like this is why you can't win. I mean, this is why we don't win. I mean, we're fighting about a parliamentarian, and they're planning on the downfall of the country. I mean, put that in the proper framework. We're protecting a parliamentarian who got appointed under Harry Reid 20 years ago or something, under Obama. We're trying to protect a parliamentarian, and they're talking about taking the country down and winning elections in landslides, which they did last night. I mean, how do you win? They put that in the proper framework, Morgan, and you're the first one that's got the courage to say, hey, this thing, if it doesn't stop, there's no country. I mean, this is real. And we got John Thune up there worrying about tradition and a parliamentarian. I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. This is the level of frustration that MAGA has. And I'm gonna be done here in a second. But both of us
and the problem is that they're looking at the traditions from the 1970s. If you actually looked at the principles that underlay the original filibuster rule, that's why I always say the modern filibuster rule, those principles and that tradition that dated before the 70s worked fine. They went and changed it, and now they're fighting to the death like it's something that was part of our original country's DNA. It was not. It was not. It did not come into existence until the 1970s, and they got it wrong. Go back to what the original filibuster rule was, and I've got no problem with it. And it might take you a month to get a bill up for passage, but no more than that. I mean, the longest filibuster under the old rule by any individual was 24 hours. So if you gave every Democrat their little over 24 hours, but if you gave every Democrat 24 hours to stand on the floor and say their piece, you're talking 40 days. And we'd have the SAVE Act already out because it's been sitting over there more than 40 legislative days.
It's, you go back to, and I'll finish here with a trip down memory lane. Both of us are 68. So in the 1968 presidential campaign, if you look back at that, okay, Hubert Humphrey, who was the Democratic candidate, was the hawk in the race, right? Richard Nixon campaigned as like the candidate for peace. I don't know how he pulled that off, but Humphrey today would be MAGA. If you look at Humphrey's positions, he would be the MAGA candidate today. If you looked at McGovern in 72, he would be a moderate Republican. This is how far this party has come. I mean, it is mind-boggling where they've come. It's just incredible. I mean, 68, I think it was Wallace who said, Humphrey and Richard Nixon, he said there's not that dime's worth of difference between their positions. He was not that far off. This was 68. We were 10. Now we're 68, 50 years later, and we got a communist takeover coming down the pipe. It's like, I'm telling you, Humphrey would have been MAGA. Morgan Griffith, it's like when Adlai Stevenson, after he got beat the second time by Eisenhower, said, it's like getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and you stub your toe. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. That's kind of where we are right now. But you nailed it. we don't stop this, it's going to be the downfall of the United States. They hate us. They hate America. And by the way, they hate Christians, Catholics, Jews. They just hate everybody. Unbelievable. I'll give you the final word, Morgan.
Well, I think we're going to have to work hard on policy. We're going to have to work hard on a lot of bills, but we've got to realize that elections have consequences, and the nation's about to suffer the consequences.
Humphrey, MAGA candidate, 2028.
Hard to believe.
If you go to his positions, you go back in history and you look at his positions, he'd be a MAGA Republican right now, Hubert H. Humphrey. Unbelievable. And a great
John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy would be a Republican.
Would be a Republican.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter would be a Republican.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure I'm going that far with you on
But
this.
definitely Humphrey, and McGovern was a patriot.
Yeah, no question. No question.
You can't even get your arms around it. Morgan, I got to go. Thank you for being with us. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th.
From two people that love their country and love their families and love God, from me to you, have a great holiday to you and your family. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to HealthyCell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. HealthyCell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Sometimes in life, you have to put the numbers aside and ignore the odds. You have to make the tough choice. You have to try your best and to fight your hardest to win. Because the only thing worse than losing the biggest game of your life is losing respect for yourself along the way. I wish you nothing but the best of luck and the most courageous of choices on your journey. And I challenge you as graduates of this amazing institution to seek out more things that are just too hard. Things that will force you to grow beyond what you thought was possible for yourself, physically, mentally, or emotionally. I want you to challenge yourself with ideas that are uncomfortable and people who push you to be your very best. Even if one of those people is a cranky old coach who cuts the sleeves off his sweatshirt and screams at you all day, do your job. Okay, that's too specific in my experience. You guys get the point. The tests are over in school, thank God. But the tests in life, they never end. You will be tested every day. And those tests are the prep for the life that you want to live. My story can become your story, but yours will be unique, written by you. Remember this, testing your greatness always comes in the form of a contest, where preparation meets opportunity, and the winner is the one who just won't quit. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. So, Stephen, how'd you feel when you saw the decision come down?
Well, I had two feelings. First, the fact that it was 5-4, so agonizingly close, just underscored that the legal community on the right and left has been so wrong for so many years, saying this was going to be a 9-0 ruling against President Trump. The heartbreaking part of this is thinking about what it means for America over the long term. Well, the short term and the long term. Look, President Trump won some massive, unprecedented victories with the Supreme Court, like the Haitian TPS ruling, the asylum ruling, the slaughter ruling, giving him unfettered authority to terminate federal bureaucrats. But this is absolutely a deep knife wound in the heart of the American Republic. Look, Jesse, I can step tomorrow onto the deck of a 747. It does not mean that I am the pilot of that plane and I'm qualified to fly it. Just physically being on U.S. soil does not make you a citizen or qualified to carry on or capable of executing the inheritance of this country. We have people from all over the world, from third world nations, nations that on their own would have never invented the wheel, let alone modern technology, let alone medicine, let alone air travel. And they can just come into the country, have a baby at a hospital, paid for by you and me, and then that baby's automatically a citizen. That baby can sit on a jury when he turns 18 and sit in judgment of you, and sit in judgment of me, and sit in judgment of our loved ones, can decide who our mayors are, our governors are, our presidents are. Citizenship means nothing if it is.
Well, here we are. Stephen Miller absolutely nailed it. Citizenship means nothing. Joining me now, Republican Congressman John McGuire, Virginia, District 5. John, thanks for being with us today.
Hey, good morning, John. Hey, I heard the frustration from you in the last segment, and I have to say I agree with everything you said. I mean, John Thune, the filibuster, the Supreme Court. You think about the communists are taking over 1.5 million Chinese dual citizenship communists to just come over here. And the Democrats have got these stupid rules where you can actually register to vote the same day. They could bring these people over and change the course of our country. The communists are taking over. We better wake up. We're actually submitting legislation to try to counteract some of the Supreme Court decisions. But I echo or agree with your frustration.
I don't think we get it, John. I don't think anybody really gets what's going on here. You look at the depth of these communist victories. They have taken the Democrat Party over from top to bottom. I agree with Morgan Griffith. He doesn't think Hakeem Jeffries, minority and majority, is going to have the votes to stay in that position. It's that bad. They basically have taken that party over, and we got John Thune in there worrying about a parliamentarian that was appointed by Harry Reid. I mean, when you're dealing with this kind of nonsense, John, how do you win?
It is stupid. It is stupid. There's a lot of stupid stuff going on, as President Trump would say. But you know what? As a Christian, I know God's in control. My nickname's Pitbull. I got a big old baseball bat. I'm going to stay after him and keep fighting the fight. But it's just crazy. You know, I hear these people keep talking about, I'm going to do this bill, that bill, this bill. You know, we passed a lot of bills out of the House that were really good things for the MAGA movement. But you go to the Senate, it's like quicksand. So we just got to keep fighting.
Yeah, they just go there and die. John, tell us a little about your race in the 5th District. What have you seen? You got opposition in the primary. I'm not worried about that. You've got your former congressman running against you on the Democratic side. Give us an update on your campaign, John McGuire.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is in Virginia we don't have election day anymore. We have election season. It's 45 days, which is also stupid. But I would tell Republicans and conservatives and Americans that are listening, you may not like the rules, but we have to fight fire with fire. I know you and me, John, would come around to saying, look, we just got to follow the rules until we can change them. So early voting started a few days ago. The last day to vote is August 4th, so early voting is underway right now. I'm the first Republican in the United States endorsed by President Trump for re-election this cycle. I had dinner with the president last night at the White House. We talked about our race, and I said it's not normal for Virginia to have a race in August, and nobody knows what's going on. Everywhere I go, they go, what am I voting for? What's going on? Because of the redistricting thing. Thank God we won the redistricting battle. But now we have a late primary, and no one knows. Now, of course, I defeated a fake MAGA never-Trumper traitor in the primary a couple of years ago, and his faction wants revenge. And they're trying to undermine the America First agenda. And so I talked to the president out there, and we're going to get some help from them soon. But we're just out there making phone calls, trying to remind people that you can vote Monday, Friday at your registrar's office, and then on August 4th, you can vote your normal voting precinct. We can't take it lightly, you can't take it for granted. But the big challenge is going to be the Democrat opponent. He used to be the Democrat congressman in the Virginia 5th District. He lost to Robert Hurt. And then he went to work in the Obama administration. He helped architect the Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, which really caused insurance premiums to go up every year. How affordable. And then he went to work for George Soros for 10 years. I was told part of the Open Society. I'm still trying to learn what that's all about. But he is not what we want. We don't need more radical people like that in Virginia. Would you agree?
Yes, I tell you what, Tom Perriello is a disaster. But look, they're going to pour a lot of money behind him. You know, they think they can, make your seat competitive. It's R plus 6 or 7 or 8, I think. But look, I mean, they're going to pour a ton of money. He's known in the district. He's going to get Charlottesville. He's going to get UVA. It's going to be basically the same old story. But you got to go out there and fight hard and hold the seat. We got to get Kiggins to hold her seat, and then we got to get Whitman to hold his, and then we can hang on to our 5. But this is not a cake. This is not a cakewalk, John.
It's not at all. It's going to be a real tough race. He's an ATM machine with the Soros money. And so I'm just telling everybody, some people, they would rather rule in hell than live in heaven. In the military, we say there's 2 types of people. There are me people, and there are we people. The ones that survive and win battles are the we. It's not about me. It's not about John McGuire. It's about we the people. It's about Virginia. It's about our country. So I would tell people, whatever your discrepancies are, whatever it is you're upset or what, we're losing our country. Anyone running for Congress, if you ask them why, their answer should be one thing. It should be, I'm running for Congress to save our country, which is why we got to pass the Save America Act. I mean, we passed it 3 times out of the House. John and the parliamentarians, everybody else over there is trying to stop everything we're trying to do. I do think there is a way. I talked to Mike Johnson about getting it through Reconciliation 3.0. I know it's an uphill battle, but it is possible.
How can you, John, are you still there? How can you guys do that? No, we lost John. All right, let's go to a quick word from our sponsors. We'll take your calls when I get back. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Quite the day here in the John Fredericks Media Network. This is a community. It's your show. Truth and clarity lives here. We'll be right back. Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-Cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
We got John McGuire back with us, Congressman, 5th District, Republican, Virginia. John, how do we get the SAVE Act into reconciliation? I just had Morgan Griffith on. He didn't think it had a snowball's chance in hell. How do you guys see it?
Yeah, so first of all, you probably saw where Mike Johnson tried to get creative and put it in the NDA. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, but obviously, we got so many different personalities up there, we couldn't get it done. We have passed it out of the House.
Yeah, we don't have a good connection with John, so I'm going to go. John, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for being on the John Fredericks Media Network. I know you're traveling around the district, knocking on doors, all that good stuff. McGuire.house.gov, McGuire.house.gov, and you're good to go. Okay, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in? I'm going to get to a couple of clips here if I can, Dan. I'm going to get to let's see. Let's go to we just had Stephen Miller. Let's go to J.B. Pritzker here, who's running for president, governor of Illinois, who said it's going to be hard to deliver on the Democratic Communist promise of free rent. Hey, reality's sitting in there, fat boy. Roll the tubster. Cut 9. Coming soon to a screen near you. Or not.
If the man is continually suffering from dementia, I don't think he really understands what he's saying. The truth is that, this is a man who's threatened to jail the mayor of Chicago, the governor of Illinois. He regularly threatens to go after people and indeed has used the Department of Justice to go after people. So, I think he has these concepts in his head and he blurts them out without really thinking. And the truth is that these are folks, like I said, who are talking about, look, it is going to be hard to deliver on some things when you're saying I'm going to offer free. I don't know, people want to ban rent, for example, and I'd love it if we could offer some people, free rent that don't have free rent now. But there is also the practical reality of we've got to pay the bills and make sure that we're balancing budgets and so on. I say all that, but you know what? When you're talking about and then doing the things like making electric bills lower or like lowering homeowners insurance or health insurance or auto insurance rates like we're doing in the state of Illinois, I think it really does matter, and the voters show up for you when you do.
All right, fat boy, I guess you're going to run on free rent. So now everybody's going to get free rent. I'd like to have free rent. Wouldn't you like to have free rent? Free mortgages, free rents, no mortgage, no rents, no car payments, free cars. You just, walk up and say, I want that car. You get it. Yay, here's it. Drive it off the lot, hope things work out. Insurance, no, we got that covered too. Gas, that'll be free too. We'll just give you a gas card. There you're good to go. This thing is insane beyond belief. All right, let's get to Vance. Cut 13, talking about the communists. Go ahead.
That however much we might disagree with that, this is abolishing the police. This is let criminals run amok in your cities. This is flood your country with low-wage third world immigrants. And importantly, it's confiscating wealth, not because we want to make anybody's life better, but purely out of resentment, out of an attack on the people who have that wealth to begin with. It really is something we haven't seen in the United States of America in the history of our politics. And Laura, I think that it actually is a consequence of the fact that the Democrat Party has become run by the universities and by the professors. This is not working class union Democrats. This is not socially conservative people who just want a fair shake at life. This is fundamentally a view that the United States is an evil country that must be dismantled from the ground and then built back up. That's communism at its core, and you see more and more momentum in that direction from the Democrat.
Well, you're talking about it, but what are you going to do about it? See, here's, again, I'm just going to lay my frustration out. All talk. Yada, 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 yada. And I like Vance. And he's probably going to be our nominee, and I'm certainly going to campaign hard for him. And hopefully he'll be an extraordinary president. He's done better. He's matured. He's gotten better. When I saw him at the White House press room the last time, he was a 10. So, yeah, it's good. But rather than talk, why don't you walk into the Senate? Why don't you grab the gavel, as you have the right to do? Why don't you hit it and convene it? Or recess it? Or get rid of the parliamentarian? Or do something rather than go on Laura Ingraham and flop your jaw. This is no diss on Vance. I like Vance. No diss on him. But hear what Griffith said. Griffith's 68 years old like me. Hear what he said. If we don't stop this, it is the downfall of America. This is Morgan Griffith. This is not some podcaster, okay? This is a 20-year congressional veteran. House of Delegates, Virginia. Majority leader. This is a serious legislator. Not a bomb thrower. He gets it. We're sitting here and talk on Fox News, which is basically TV for stupid people. Basically blab away about all this stuff. Do something. Get in there and tell Thune, if you want to go on Ingram, say, I'm right now calling on John Thune to resign, and as a president of the Senate, I'm putting my power behind, pick somebody, Rick Scott, Mike Lee, I don't know. I don't care who it is. Me. I want somebody else there. Somebody who's going to fight to save the republic. Because you're not doing it, Thune. And neither are your henchmen in there. That's what you got to do. Look, I just had Vic on, who went to Maine, telling me now Plattner's going to win. This guy's crazy too. They're all nuts. They all hate the country. They want to take it down. And we're sitting around. We sit around on Fox News and Laura Ingraham. The hell's that do? Who exactly are you convincing here? Right, the Fox News baby boomer 70-year-old viewer? Like, what is even the point of this? Do something. I don't care what it is. I'm going to go on Fox News with Laura Ingraham. I'm going to sit there in the 250 set. You're the president of the Senate. Walk in there, grab the gavel. Senate's in recess. Now we're going to get 175 appointments in 6 hours. Hey, next, gavel in. Oh, parliamentarian, sorry, you're out. New one, right there. Come in and sit down. That's our new parliamentarian. We're going to pass the Save Act. We're going to get into reconciliation. I need 50 votes. Who's not voting with 80% of America? Which one of you Republicans is not voting for? Who? Cornyn? Okay. You're gone. Tillis, you're gone. Cassidy, you're gone. Oh, Collins? Oh, really? You like your Senate job? You like the money we give you? You're not going to vote for us? You want Plattner to win? Fine. We ain't giving you a dime because you're part of the problem. Oh, you're going to vote for us? I'll come there and campaign my ass off for you. This is the way you do it. Not, I'm going to go on Fox News with Laura Ingraham, TV for stupid people, and just put out the same talking points to the same 70-year-old audience. Nothing against Vance. I like him. Hopefully he's our next president. But that does nothing. You're going to you're taking a BB gun to a bazooka fight. They got flamethrowers, bazookas, tanks, and we got a BB gun. Good luck. We need fighters. MAGA 2.0 is about fighters. And fighters are not going on Laura Ingraham on Fox News. Doesn't do jack crap. John Fredericks Media Network. Peach Crew next.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. As America celebrates its 250th birthday this coming weekend, the legislative branch has called it quits, at least for the time being.
The House leadership on Tuesday abruptly canceled votes and sent lawmakers home early for the holiday recess. Speaker Mike Johnson's majority once again ground to a standstill by a Republican split over their own party's agenda. In this case, it's a standoff blocking the annual defense bill as the holdout Republicans pushed to include President Donald Trump's own priority, the Save America Act, a strict voter ID bill. Speaker Johnson spent 4 hours last week at the White House and spent another 2 hours with the president this week on a path forward. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
8 groups are sounding the alarm, warning that Venezuela's fragile healthcare system being stretched to its limits in the wake of last week's 2 strong earthquakes. Damaged and understaffed hospitals are being overwhelmed by the injured, and infectious diseases are flaring up in the disaster zone. Carlotta Wolf with the UN's Refugee Agency.
In La Guaira, the hardest hit state, food shortages are widespread, basic services have broken down, and connectivity has been largely severed. Community tensions are rising as access to assistance remains constrained.
The government puts a death toll at more than 1,900, but experts view that as a significant undercount. It is a shocker, the defeat of veteran Denver Congresswoman Diana DeGette in the Colorado Democratic primary, defeated by Democratic Socialist Maylot Quiros. U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper fended off a challenge from progressive State Senator Julie Gonzalez. In the Colorado governor's race, State Attorney General Phil Weiser won the Democratic primary. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, Dow futures down 160 points. NASDAQ futures off 255. More on these stories, townhall.com.
With things moving fast to resolve the situation in the Middle East, the headlines may change, but the fundamentals haven't. America's debt continues to climb, and uncertainty still hangs over the global economy. That's why investors continue turning to one asset that has stood the test of time: physical gold and silver. For generations, gold has been viewed as a safe haven asset during periods of geopolitical tension and market volatility. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's acclaimed book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. Discover why central banks are buying gold, why many Americans are diversifying with precious metals, and how a tax and penalty-free rollover into physical gold and silver may fit into your retirement strategy. Don't wait until the next crisis dominates the headlines. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
Turkey is busy laying the groundwork for next week's NATO summit.
Turkey is rolling out sweeping security measures for the summit, deploying tens of thousands of police and placing air defences on high alert, while banning public gatherings and imposing controversial restrictions on freedom of expression and assembly. That's meant to safeguard the summit, but also to display strength and underscore Turkey's commitment to the military alliance, even as it's often portrayed as an outlier within it. On July 7-8, leaders from all 32 member states are expected to convene in the Turkish capital Ankara, including President Donald Trump, whose threats to withdraw from NATO and reduce US troop levels have cast uncertainty over the alliance's future. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
And Turkey has been a member of NATO for a long time, having joined the military alliance back in 1952. News and analysis, townhall.com. A tennis legend returns to Wimbledon, although things didn't go as she had hoped.
23-time Grand Slam champion Serena Williams lost in the first round at Wimbledon in her first professional singles match in nearly 4 years. The 44-year-old Williams displayed the same powerful serve and heavy ground strokes that won her 7 Wimbledon titles. But 87th ranked and 20-year-old Maya Joint from Australia via Michigan won more of the big points.
I don't know what just happened, to be honest.
Joint says she didn't get much sleep up until 2 a.m. just thinking about the match and Serena Williams.
She has such an aura. She's such a legend.
I'm Ed Donahue.
Americans' attitudes about the economy improved a bit last month as gas prices fell. However, their outlook still mostly negative by historical standards. The Conference Board says the Consumer Confidence Index rose 0.6 of a point, 91.2, the reading in June. More on these stories, townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend and infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the one man Chuck Norris refused to throw down with, John Fredericks.
Well, if it's Wednesday at 9 o'clock and you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, you know it is time for the Atlanta Peach Crew. We got Sally Grubbs, we got Holly Kessler, we got Jackie, we got them all. Celestine James, all coming up right here in the John Fredericks Media Network there in Atlanta. Except Holly, I think she's in Savannah, but I'm here in Washington, D.C., your nation's capital. Happy 250. We got a lot going on. You know, the Trump administration, well, they brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our messed up, broken, disastrous healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And that's where the wellness company comes in, which I'm such a big believer in. That's why I'm so healthy all the time. Sally knows I'm healthy because she sees me every week. I look great, feel great, never miss a day. When I get sick, I open up my wellness kit, my emergency kit. Before it takes hold, I take Z-Pak, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, whatever there, antibiotics, boom, it's gone, and I'm back on the air ready to go. Now, the wellness company gives you the opportunity to take your own health into your own hands with their prescription medical kits. Every family should have one. We have replenished ours a number of times. In fact, Ann is such a believer in it, she makes sure we have an extra one, right? Because even to get something replenished, it takes a week. Got to go through the doctor again. So we always have an extra one. So, but we've gotten ours replenished 3 times. I've got one on the bus. I don't know where that is now, West Virginia somewhere. I got one in the bus. I got one in my travel bag, so I never leave home without it because I don't want to forget it because I've done that. Saxman did it once, cost him $500, right? Put it in your bag, and I got one that's in mine. We got 3, and when one goes down, I replenish it immediately. Check this out. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla. Order it today. twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. It's going to get you 10% off. Why be sick when you don't have to be? And if something goes down, you've got your medical emergency kit right there. You don't need it till you need it, and then you need it. Best thing that you can do for you and your family is go to twc.health/Godzilla. Get your medical emergency kit there. Promo code Godzilla. 10% off. I know you've been putting it off. Then you need it. You don't have it. So don't put it off. Do it today. Just get it done. Take my advice. You're good to go. That's why I'm always healthy and I'm always here. Okay, let's turn this show over to Sally Grubbs. Sally, the vice chair of the Republican Party of Georgia. And Sally, good to have you with us. Are you going to the convention in Dallas, Sally?
You know, we just heard about that yesterday, John, and I have to say I'm pretty excited. I am looking forward to it. When it came out that it was this September, I'm like, this September? How are we going to get all this done this quick? But I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, September 9th, 10th in Dallas. I got to go, though. I got to get somebody to invite me again. So I shall be calling up my chairman friends around the country trying to get me and Ann an invite because I'm sure they'll block the media or do whatever they do again down there. So I'll have to do that. But Sally, good to have you also with us. Jackie Harling, 14th District GOP chairman, and Celestine James. She is a political consultant and GOP activist in the Atlanta area. Sally, you've got a guess. Go ahead.
So, John, I am very, very excited to have Representative Houston Gaines with us this morning. And he is running for the 10th congressional seat now that Mike Collins is running for Senate. He is running for that seat. And I got to tell you, John, I have not really gotten to know Representative Gaines all that well, but he's one of those guys, when I see him across the room, he puts a smile on my face. He's done some tremendous things in the House of Representatives. Just a super great guy, and I'm very excited that he's running. And I am looking forward to hearing more about his race and kind of how the cards are stacked in the 10th district. And he's over in the Athens area, Athens, Clark County, Oconee County. And so, welcome to the show, Representative, and tell us all about your campaign and what you envision in running for Congress.
Absolutely. John, thank you for having me on. And Sally, thanks for the invitation. Sally and I have been talking about coming on the show here for several weeks, and glad that this worked out, and good to see everybody. I call it the People's Republic of Athens. That's where we live over in Clark County. It's the politics of Athens are a little bit different. But I will say one thing is we've seen across the country, New York and now Colorado, where you saw these crazy socialists get elected. One bright spot was in Athens. He actually defeated a socialist in the mayor's race, which was a very close race. And anyway, it was one bright spot here in Athens. But the 10th congressional district, big district, 20 counties wide, goes all the way down to Henry County, all the way up to Elbert County. And we have been on the road nonstop for the last almost year at this point, and honored to be the Republican nominee. It'll be tough to follow Mike Collins. He's been an incredible, America First champion for the 10th, and that's what we're planning on doing, is following in his footsteps what Mike has accomplished in the 10th district. That's what we've got to have more of in Congress, is people who go and actually fight and go and stand up for what our beliefs are. And one thing that I'm excited about is we've got also a generation of young conservatives that are coming into Congress. One of the things that I've seen, particularly among my age group, is a concern that a lot of young people are buying into what the Mondami and the AOCs and the these crazy far left people are selling. And we've got to make sure that young folks know that is not going to work. What we've got to do is tell our story, tell our message, what the conservative America First agenda is, because we've got to win young people over. And that's one thing that I'm planning on working on, is making sure that young folks across this country know that what President Trump has done, what Republicans stand for, is actually what's going to ensure you have the opportunity to buy a home, what's going to ensure you have the opportunity to make a good living, build a family, because the socialist agenda that the Democrats are proposing is going to destroy this country. And that's very concerning to me, that young people are buying into that. We've got to go and tell them that's not going to work. Short term, long term, that's unacceptable. We have to make sure that we defeat the socialists and make sure that we keep Republicans and America First folks in Congress, and certainly folks who work with President Trump.
So, John, Houston also represents, the University of Georgia, and I'm very intrigued to find out more about the defeat with the socialist that was running in Athens, because we have seen more and more of these young socialists. I'm in Cobb County in Marietta, and in our mayoral race, we also have a young socialist who is running in the mayor's race, and we seem to be seeing a lot bigger uptick of these people running in these what would be considered a smaller race. But in Cobb County, when you look at the budget for the mayor of Marietta, and I'm sure in Athens as well, they're huge budgets that, I mean, you're a young guy, you're a young conservative, responsible guy, but some of these people are much younger, early 20s running for these races. So what do you think was the key in defeating this person over in Athens?
Well, it was a coalition. I mean, the reality is Athens is, has had some really bad leadership for years, and we have had socialists on our county commission. And the key, though, was going out and telling folks, if this guy wins, the socialist wins, we're already heading in the wrong direction. You elect this guy and our city is toast. And I think a lot of people really listened to that and said, maybe, particularly, in some of the older, Democrats that were, maybe had said just always voted Democrat in local elections. they actually listened to what this crazy guy was saying, and they said that's unacceptable because this guy was supported by the Democratic Socialists of America. I mean, and everybody that you can think of, that, Soros, etc. We had a district attorney, you may recall, for the last 4 years, that literally, if she didn't like the law, she just didn't prosecute you. And she was truly funded by George Soros, came in, defeated an incumbent in a Democrat primary. I mean, she was crazy. And after 4 years, thank goodness people saw through it and voted her out. But she barely lost in Clark County, and by like 1%. And this was somebody that literally on day one put out a memo and said, here's charges that I don't agree with. And if you commit them, I'm not going to prosecute you. I mean, this was the kind of folks that, were getting elected. And so I am so glad that our mayor's race went the right way and we did not elect a socialist in Athens. But, I am very concerned with a lot of people, Sally, to your point, what folks are buying into. I mean, I think in Cobb, that's where Sanchez, the younger socialist in the Georgia House, there's another socialist coming into the Georgia House, I believe, from Metro Atlanta. And then across the country, New York, Colorado. I mean, these people are nuts. And it's very concerning that folks are electing these people. And the reality is, if the Democrats take over in Georgia or in the House and Congress, that's who's going to be leading them. Because the reality is they're going to be, if they take over and they win by 2 or 3 seats, well, guess what? They got about 10 socialists, but really they're all about socialists. But, that's who's going to be leading their party. They're going to be making Hakeem Jeffries do whatever they want him to do. They're going to do impeachment. That's all they're going to talk about is their ideas, because they're going to run the Congress or the state house or the governor's mansion. If Keisha Lance Bottoms wins, we'll be running to Georgia will be running to the ground like she ran Atlanta into the ground. So these are the kind of folks that the Democrats are putting up. This is not the Democratic Party of even 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It's a whole new party run by people on the extreme left.
Exactly. So you were key in getting some legislation through concerning district attorneys in Georgia. So in establishing the council and that kind of thing. So talk a little bit about that and how that's had a bottom line effect for Georgia.
Yeah, so basically what we saw is here in Athens is I mentioned our district attorney, Deborah Gonzalez. If she didn't like the law, she just didn't prosecute it. And then you have in Atlanta, Fonnie Willis, and you've got people all across this state. They represented millions of people that were district attorneys that were not doing their job. Fonnie, obviously, all she cared about was political prosecution while hiring her boyfriend to do it. But and then you had here in Athens and Savannah, you had a district attorney that was very similar, and she's actually still in office, unfortunately. But what we did is we created a commission that was made up of other district attorneys. It was modeled after what judges have had for decades in Georgia. And it says if you don't follow the law, if you do something wrong, you can actually be suspended or removed from office. Until this commission, there was nothing anybody could do about a bad district attorney other than wait for 4 years. That's what the Democrats said. Just wait. You can go vote him out. How many people are going to get killed? How many people, are going to be negatively impacted? They can't wait 4 years for a district attorney. So this commission is now in place. Of course, the Democrats sued. It's finally up and running. It's finally in place. So now citizens have a way to hold district attorneys accountable. They can be suspended or removed from office. And, listen, this thing's going to take time, but it's a step in the right direction to actually hold these elected officials accountable because district attorneys had total control. They could do whatever they wanted. I mean, you even had to, on a position issue. I mean, you had a district attorney in Paulding County who was sexually harassing employees. Nothing you could do. So, you had everything from that to you had DAs that just literally didn't enforce the law. You had Fonnie Willis that was prosecuting people because she didn't like their politics and hiring her boyfriend for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you had all sorts of problems that nobody could do anything about. And now there is a mechanism to hold these DAs accountable. And my hope is you're going to see this commission really get to work and hold these folks that aren't doing their job responsibly.
Awesome. Well, as you can see, John, there's plenty of reasons to love Houston games.
Thank you. And I like the Bulldog conservative and there in your car. I'm a big Bulldog, so we love the dogs. And but Sally, thank you for what you're doing for the Republican Party, and John, thanks for what you do and telling the conservative message across this country.
Why do you refer to them as socialists when they're communists? That's just basically a kinder way. That's a kinder way of positioning people that want the downfall of your country. They don't want to change a policy. They want the country to collapse. They want its downfall. They hate you. They hate Sally. They hate religion. They hate Catholics. They hate Jews. They hate Christians. They hate God. Why do you call them socialists when they're communists?
I'm being too nice because
Yes,
you're right.
you're
I mean,
being too
it's
nice. If we don't call them out, we're done.
No,
That's
amen to
my
that.
position. We're
Amen to
done
that.
messing around with these people. I mean, you look at this lady that won, this Ethiopian. She's from Ethiopia, right? You look at her, what she won at 26 years old, right? She beats a 35-year Democratic incumbent. Crushes her. Think about this, Riley.
I know.
I mean, think about this, Mr. Gaines. Sorry. Think about this. She crushes her. She says she wants to see abortions performed in churches. This is what we're dealing with here. And, socialists, and they want to get free rent. No, they want the downfall of the country. That's what they want.
John, you're so right. And I think to Houston's point, they self-identify. You can identify as, a house cat if that's what you want to identify as in this country at this point in time. So they say democratic socialists. They say socialists to try and temper it to people. It's like, the classic story of the frog in the boiling water. You don't just throw them in the water. You turn up the heat over time. So I agree with you on the communist point of view. It's astounding to me, and particularly Houston's got a tremendous job that he's already doing as the 10th district representative, but also in Congress because he's got in UGA, the largest school in the state of Georgia at this point, as far as population. So that
It's
is
one
a
of the
huge.
parts for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge uphill battle when you're literally battling for the minds of these kids. So you're right, we should call it what it is. But when the squad came into play into Congress, I would love to know how you think what your strategy is going to be with dealing with these people that are part of the squad. But everybody thought they were a joke. They thought AOC was a joke. With her.
And now she's their leading contender for president. I mean, she's
she's
going to
be the nominee. Look,
I know.
she is going to be the nominee. She is going to win. And as a nominee, whether it's Rubio or Vance or someone else, she is going to win a boatload of states. Now, I think we're going to beat her, but you think about this. This lady is a communist. She hates the country. She was tending bar 12 years ago. She's dumb as a box of rocks. Ever have a conversation with her, she's moronic. She can't put a sentence together. She makes Kamala Harris looks like Shakespeare. She is going to be the Democrat nominee, and she is going to win states. And what? I mean, this is, if you're not taking this seriously, and forget the squad, right? This squad was an anomaly and whatever. You're going to be serving in the House of Representatives with a plethora of foreigners born somewhere else who are serving with you in Congress that are avowed communists that want the destruction of the nation that you're representing. That's what you're going to be dealing with, dude.
Well, and I can tell you, none of them were celebrating 250 years of the best country in the history of the world, and that tells you all you need to know.
These people are definitely radicals, and it doesn't help matters when we have the Supreme Court decision that came out yesterday. Yeah. It's just absolutely stunning to think that, I mean, we just are inviting in pregnancy tourism into the country, and there can't be any bigger reason to shut the borders and just stop it. Just
shut them down, and you're going to need, Mr. Gaines, you're going to need legislation in Congress. That's what Congressman Griffith just said. Legislation in order to stop this, whether it's a pregnancy test at the border or something. You need to legislate this. And my problem is, if you look at Republicans that are in leadership now, other than, I'm talking about in the Senate, right? They don't have the balls to do anything. I mean, you're in the midst of a communist takeover to destroy the nation, and you got John Thune in there not wanting to replace the parliamentarian who was appointed by Harry Reid 30 years ago. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You can't win when you don't want to fight.
I mean, it's like the Save America Act. I mean, the fact that that's, we're not fighting to get that done is, what the president has said is, how are we going to ever have secure election, or how are we ever going to have a country moving forward, if we don't get some of these things like addressing birthright citizenship. I mean, that is, to Sally's point, you're going to have literally tourism to this country, which you already have, just to, have American citizens that are going to grow up hating this country. And that's so concerning.
So let me ask one more thing, Sally.
Yeah.
So Houston, you seem like a really nice young fella, right? Very difficult not to like. No doubt about it.
I don't know. Come to Athens. I don't know.
Tell our national audience who is really pissed off today. Tell us you're going to fight for us. Tell us that, and tell us how.
I am going to fight, because the future of our country, if we're going to, I was talking to my wife this morning about it, if we're going to make it to 300 years of this country, we've got to fight. We've got to have people, and that's why I think having young conservatives who are willing to stand up and do the right things, and that's why I think President Trump endorsed me in the primary, is he knew what I've done in the state house. And Sally can tell you, when in my time in the state legislature, people ask, where do you come up with ideas? Well, I look at what Athens, Clark County, the crazy people that are running this place do, and I passed legislation to stop them. So they tried to cut the police by 50%, tried to defund the police. Well, I passed a bill that said you can't do that. They elected a district attorney who we talked about. Laken Riley was killed in my community by someone who should have never been in this country. So I passed some of the strictest illegal immigration legislation in the country in Georgia. So what I've shown over my time in the state legislature is I'm going to fight these people, because I believe in Athens, it was the future of our city. For our country, it's the future of our nation. If we're going to make it to 300 years, we've got to have people that are willing to stand up to these folks and get things done and take them on. And that's what I plan to do.
He's stealthy. He's young, John, but I have no doubt that Representative Gaines is committed to doing the right things. And I am very thankful that he's running in the 10th district. I wanted to ask you real quick, of our Georgia delegation in the House of Representatives, kind of who do you see yourself aligning with? I know that's kind of a wild question to ask, but kind of whose footsteps do you see yourself following in, if any?
Yeah, I mean, obviously what Mike's done, it's going to be a hard act to follow Mike. He's been really good to me and kind of shown me been helpful to me in my race, but also kind of ensuring that I'm ready to serve in Congress. Brian Jack is somebody who was President Trump's, right hand during the campaign, and the younger guy as well, who's been very helpful to me. And so our Georgia delegation, we have such a strong, delegation that has been there, but also I think we're growing strength in Georgia. Clay Fuller over in the 14th district is somebody who I've become friends with. And so I think, with Brian and Clay and Jim, you got several young conservatives. I think we're all going to be up there fighting together, because, the reality is one person can't do it. You got to have a team, and you got to have a group of people willing to take on and fight the left. And I think you're going to see that from this Georgia delegation.
So how do people support you and follow your campaign?
Sure, we can go to HoustonGaines.com. All my social medias are at Houston Gaines. It's real original. So at Houston Gaines on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and please reach out to us. One of the things I think is most important about being elected office is responding to people. And so I encourage people to send me a note about an issue. Reach out to us if I can be helpful. But to John's point earlier, we got to have people that are willing to fight, and that's what I plan to do when I'm elected to Congress.
Thank you for being with us. We're going to put Sally in charge of the next segment so I can be on the panel. We'll put Sally in charge. I like this better, Sally. This is a good format. I like this better. I like Mr. Gaines. He seems all right. But at the end of the day, we need fighters. Next segment of the Peach Crew coming up. Host Sally Grubbs, panelist Godzilla. We'll be right back.
And this is Newton's law of physics, but it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-Cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Mr. President, in talking about the continuing recession tonight, you have blamed mistakes of the past, and you have blamed the Congress. Does any of the blame belong to you?
Yes, because for many years I was a Democrat.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him, but this is now the Sally Grubb Show. Sally, take it away on the Peach Crew.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. And let me tell you, that wellness kit, John, I ordered a couple of them, and I'm very appreciative. And thank you for having them on your show, because they are definitely an answer when you're sick. So thanks for being associated with the wellness program.
You're good.
Works great.
You're good. This is good. You need to just take this thing over for me so I can get some time off, Sally. I think it'd be fantastic. To pick up on what Sally said, just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Go ahead, Sally. You're running the Peach Crew, and I'm a panelist. I like this.
So, John, our next guest is Josh Tolbert, who is running for the Public Service Commission in Georgia. And we had some technical difficulties last week, so we're glad to welcome Josh back to the show. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. Great to be here on the Sally Grubb Show this morning. Thanks for having me, John. Thanks for the invite, Sally.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Josh. So tell us a little bit about the Georgia Public Service Commission, what's going on, and why you're running.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, frankly, part of the campaign has been informing people what in the heck the Public Service Commission is. And so at the highest level, it's a group of people that oversee Georgia Power and our regulated utilities. You know, they have a monopoly. We don't want to have 10 different sets of power lines, so we've agreed to have one utility. But there needs to be somebody that oversees them to help determine what type of power plants we build and when we build them and how much they cost. But although these decisions are super technical, there's not a single engineer on the commission. And that's why I'm running. I'm an engineer by degree. I have 4 engineering degrees, including doctorate in mechanical engineering, licensed professional engineer. But what's probably more important is that I have practical experience designing and developing power plants of all different types. And Sally, I know that you're aware we've experienced 6 straight rate increases in our state. And unfortunately, it's come from an all conservative commission. And so, for me, I think the least common denominator here is not partisanship. It's the fact that there's been a lack of technical expertise on the commission. And that's what I'm running to bring.
So let me ask you, Josh, among Georgia Power, they're the big bad wolf when it comes to consumer views of the PSC. Tell me what other utilities are regulated by the PSC.
Yeah, so Georgia Power is certainly the majority there, but in terms of gas distribution, so in the state of Georgia, we have a deregulated market for the resellers. You can buy it from a different retailer. But the actual distribution of the power from Atlanta Gas Light, Southern Natural Gas, that is a big utility that's regulated. And then there's some minor issues related to communications, rural broadband, that sort of thing.
So do you regulate Comcast and say AT&T fiber and how internet is delivered to homes?
Not really. I mean, it used to be primarily that was the case, but now it's pretty limited touch points in those areas.
Gotcha. So you regulate Georgia Power, but the other, like the EMCs and the other smaller groups that provide power?
Yes. So Georgia Power produces or provides power to about 70% of the state. The other 30% are covered by EMCs, by municipal electric companies, that sort of thing. The Public Service Commission doesn't directly oversee those. There's some minor touch points, some minor decisions, but overall, it's Georgia Power when it comes to the electric market, which is 70% of our state.
So my question is, I know that there is a lot of, and we'll get to our panelist John here in a second. But we know that there is a ton of money tied up into the power industry and delivering power for Georgia citizens. But also there are some other groups, and I've heard that there's a group that you're more aligned with. Can you talk about that a little bit? As far as I don't recall the name of it, but there's someone who's, I guess, endorsed you, some kind of private group. Do you have any endorsements that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, so there's a number of endorsements from legislators that have basically been championing bills related to electric power, data centers. There's some conservative groups that have certainly endorsed me as being a free market conservative perspective. Frontline has endorsed. There's a number of those. I think that one thing that's interesting is that, and one reason I mentioned that it was disappointing that a all conservative commission has been overseeing these 6 rate increases, is that although Georgia Power is a monopoly over 70% of the state, there are opportunities to bring in capitalistic free market ideas to be able to drive prices down. And that's something that we need to be doing on the commission.
Gotcha. So, John, why don't you jump in and ask Josh some pertinent, powerful questions?
Well, first of all, I love being on the Peach Crew, the Sally Grubb Show. I think this is something. I just got a text here. I just got to read this. It's not germane to what we're talking about, but I just got a text here from Coach Vince Mayako, one of the mainstays on our Saturday sports show, Godzilla Wins. Here's what he says. John, Sally's great. Please ask Sally if she can host the Godzilla Wins show when Mitch isn't there. So now they want you to host Godzilla Wins, sorry. So you better bone up on sports.
Listen, I got to tell you, I am a fan of women's basketball now, John. I can't really talk a lot about certain sports. I'm a baseball person, so I totally follow along with you in your baseball adventures, with your son. But I am now a women's basketball fan. So, Sophie, she is my girl. I love her.
All right, you're definitely coming on Godzilla Wins on Saturday. I got to jot this down. I'll tell Jack we're going to have an NBA segment, and you're going to be a special guest. I've got that written down now, and then Dan says he wants to host Godzilla Wins too. No, everybody wants to host it. Dan, I want out of Godzilla. I want to host it. I'm supposed to be a panelist, not the host. And so yeah, we get Sally. Dan, you can host and get Sally on. Let me ask you this, Josh. We went a little off target here.
No problem.
How do you stand on Georgia data centers?
So it's a great question.
Thank you.
You can imagine you're the first one that's asked me about data centers. So I thank goodness the Public Service Commission doesn't decide if they come or not. I think as a conservative, we certainly want to have the local communities decide if they come into their communities or not. But what the Public Service Commission does decide is where they get their power and who pays for it. And that's the biggest area of my focus, is to make sure that data centers, when they do come, if a local community decides they want them to come, that's not going to be on the back of ratepayers. So they need to pay more than the incremental cost. There's a lot of issues. People love to talk about what the work the legislators have done to protect against data centers. And that's great. It protects against data centers coming, and if they leave, are they still holding the bag? But what it does not protect against, that is a big problem, is if the Public Service Commission approves an expansion of the grid for anticipating data centers, and that many data centers don't come, then you have extra power plants, extra grid infrastructure. And sadly, you know who's paying for that? You and me. And so that's something that we need to make sure that we are addressing in the Public Service Commission. And that is why technical expertise is so critically important.
Josh, why did your counterparts, the Republicans on the PSC, vote and allow obscene rate increases from Georgia Power? And if you were there in lieu of them, they got voted out, as they should have. I'd have voted against them as well, to be quite frank. If you were there, how would you have voted on those, Josh?
It's a great question. So I'm
a panelist now.
You're nailing it, John. I think you've got a spot forever on here. So, there's 6 rate increases. 2 of them were due to fuel rider increases from the Russian-Ukraine conflict. There's not much you can do about that. That's legislative pass-through cost, although if we've got enough time, I can go in more detail. 2 big ones are for Plant Vogtle, which, while I love the technology of nuclear power, I hate the cost of nuclear power. And as someone who was a CTO of a nuclear power developer for several years, I understand the dynamics of nuclear power. And I understand that currently our federal regulations are such that you cannot build nuclear power cost effectively in this country. So I would not approve the development of nuclear power unless, 1, it came with strict cost controls, and 2, overruns were borne by either the utility or the private investors. So that's 2 of the big issues that I have a big problem with. I think you asked the question of why. Obviously, I can't speak into the mind of why these commissioners made these decisions, but what I think a big factor is that when you're sitting there on the commission, if you're a commissioner, you have experts from Georgia Power telling you one thing, that we need X, Y, and Z. And you might have third-party experts telling you, no, we need A, B, and C. But if you don't have a technical background, how do you determine who's right and who's wrong? So I think a lot of it is just not knowing which one's the right answer and defaulting to Georgia Power.
So to that point, Josh, it's interesting because before I got into politics per se, I would say that people run for positions based on their expertise, their areas of expertise and things like that. But as I've been in politics, I've seen people run for one seat and they don't get that seat, so they might run for another seat and they have absolutely no experience or no relevance. So I think that your background is key in running for this position, and I hope that translates to the voters. Do you think that's effectively coming across?
I think so. In the primary, it certainly did. It was very easy to contrast. I mean, the truth is that my message has been very simple and very easy. This job is technical. It's time we send an engineer to do it. And that's resonated with folks. So basically, if you understand what the Public Service Commission is at a moderate level, it's inherently obvious that an engineer with experience and power is the right type of person to be on the commission. My opponent in this general election has no background in energy whatsoever. Not 100% sure why they're running for this position. So we're going to be sharing the same exact message. And if we're effective at getting that message out broadly enough, we're very confident about what November will look like.
So, I have a family friend who, a friend of my son's who actually worked on the new nuclear power plant and who was a union worker. And so I got to see, kind of from the ground, from a regular electrician working on that, and how the union, we talk about cost and not being able to produce a product cost effectively, because I believe in nuclear power. I think it's going to benefit Georgia, but the delays and the cost overruns and things like that, do you have any perspective of utilizing unions in construction of power plants?
Well, boy, we can talk about this a long time. In terms of unions, we can talk about that, but I actually don't think that's a major factor in Plant Vogtle. People love to blame everything under the sun other than the obvious answer. It's federal regulation. We were building nuclear power plants cost effective with natural gas in the 1960s. Between 1965 and 1975, we created the NRC. We increased the price of power plants by 8 times from 1965 to 1975. Anybody that paid attention knew Plant Vogtle was going to be outrageously expensive. Yes, there were additional problems. Yes, there might have been union-related issues. Yes, there was bankruptcy of the contractor, but that project was never going to come in cost-effective with natural gas. And people love to talk about all these reasons and what we need to do. It's very simple. Stop me if you've heard this before. The government needs to get out of the way a little bit. And so we've overregulated the federal level. Unfortunately, the Public Service Commission can't directly address that. So my job and my perspective on nuclear power from the commission is I'm not going to allow the taxpayers or the ratepayers to be burdened by something because the federal government doesn't know what they're doing. And so I'm not going to be supportive of nuclear power development until we have clear cost controls and we make sure that these inevitable overruns are not going to be borne by you and me.
So that's pretty strong. So what you're saying, to bottom line it, is that the federal government and the layers of bureaucracy make things more expensive for taxpayers.
Imagine that. Yeah, it's a hard concept to believe, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it kind of works that way in education too, in just about every facet. Healthcare, that's why I so strongly opposed Obamacare and the federal government getting involved in that. So, John, from where you sit, how do you feel about nuclear power?
Listen, I think Josh has opened a lot of eyes here because on paper, as a layman without the technical background, sure. I mean, you want nuclear power. Obviously, it's going to reduce our dependence on certain points of energy. If you take France, for example, they went nuclear power early, one of the first countries to do that. Josh and I believe that 90%. I read about a couple months ago, 90 to 93% of their entire energy output in the country of France is produced via nuclear energy, and they've never had an accident, never had a problem. But I think, like anything else, because of the federal involvement in it, the bureaucracies in it, the cost overruns become astronomical, and that simply gets passed on to the ratepayer under the Virginia has the same thing with Dominion Power. It's kind of a corporate, private, public enterprise that's regulated, but then they're still making money, and so they're still getting the benefit of the increases in rates. You never really know what you're paying for, Josh. I think that's always been one of the issues with these power conglomerates. Is like you never really know. Like you get this line item on your bill, nuclear power plant sounds good. $8. I don't really know where that's going to. And
that's exactly right.
Right?
That's exactly right. I mean, look, I love nuclear power. Let me not bury the headline here. I love nuclear power, the technology. There's a reason I spent part of my career developing it. I just understand that the realities of what the costs are right now. I mean, we're built, and your point, we don't know where these line items go, but I can tell you, we build natural gas power plants for $1 to $2 million per megawatt. Plant Vogtle was $17 million per megawatt. And so, yes, these end up at costs that are hidden in line items in various places. At the end of the day, though, it's the Public Service Commission's job to make sure that only the prudent costs are flowing down to the ratepayers. The average John Smith, Jane Doe don't need to understand necessarily every single background of what entered the line item. But the public service commissioners do, and it's their job to make sure that what is flowing to the ratepayers with prudent decisions is the benefit of the ratepayers. And I don't understand how you can do that when you don't have a technical background.
I agree with you.
So tell us about public involvement in attending Public Service Commission meetings. Have you been a spectator for a while, or tell us about that?
Yeah, so the biggest decisions, in my estimation, in the last decade happened by the Public Service Commission last fall. They approved a 10 gigawatt expansion of the grid. Now, your viewers might not care what 10 gigawatts means, but to put it in perspective is Georgia Power only had 16 gigawatts. Adding 10 is a massive addition. And about 85% of that was for large load data centers. I went and objected, not because I don't necessarily believe in data centers or because I don't believe they're coming, but because I don't believe the Public Service Commission did a sufficient job at making sure that safeguards were in place to protect the ratepayers, that if the number of data centers forecasted is incorrect. And so I went and spoke about that in the Public Service Commission. And, and it was so funny because I'm up there voicing my opinion. The community advocates behind me are clapping and applauding. They go to speak to me after, and their minds are blown that I'm a Republican. They just assume I'm a Democrat. I'm like, this is not a matter of me supporting the decision of a conservative just because they're conservative. This is about practical, pragmatic common sense, which is what conservatism used to mean. And that's what I hope to bring again.
Awesome. So tell people how they can follow your race and get involved and help you win this thing.
I love it. So you can join the team at teamtolbert.com, T-E-A-M, Tolbert, T-O-L-B-E-R-T.com. And just like Houston said earlier, I love engaging with people that ask questions because not a lot of people know about the Public Service Commission. And so when they have questions, I love engaging with them. So please, reach out, Josh at teamtolbert.com if you want to email me directly.
Awesome, Josh. Thank you so much. And we appreciate you coming on this morning. Any final thoughts?
Get out and vote, spread the word, and look, it's simple. The job is technical. It's time we send an engineer to do it.
Awesome. Short and sweet.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. We appreciate you. Well, John, that was our time on the Public Service Commission. I think it's something that is definitely kind of looked over or overlooked, but it hits our pocketbook. So Josh sounds like he's the guy for the job.
Look, many states have these things, but we don't really pay attention to it. And I think he opened a lot of eyes about, why we get these increases and how it gets, jammed up our butt. And probably makes sense to have somebody in there that can ask the right questions.
Absolutely. So talking about Georgia politics, we have the Ossoff race going on. I don't know whether you've seen any of the clips, but apparently Senator Ossoff is preaching from the pulpit, espousing the values of communism, short and sweet, bottom line it. And, Georgia has been suffering for the last 6 years without proper representation in the Senate. And we have Mike Collins running, and there could not be a more stark contrast between what an America first, putting Americans first versus putting foreigners first with Ossoff and what his message is, John. And it's frankly very depressing to me to listen to what Ossoff has to say. And like to your point earlier, when we were talking with Representative Gaines, we do have to call it as it is. It is communism, to bottom line it. And, Ossoff has been very creative in kind of going under the radar here in Georgia, not really being out doing public appearances, public speaking. We know his votes are very, very, very left. He votes against Georgia values. That's just the bottom line. Georgia values are not aligned with his agenda, but because he's been under the radar, he's been able to skate through. And I think the more we expose what he's actually saying from the pulpits, I mean, it's pretty astounding. It's just astounding.
I think a couple of weeks ago, he was the odds-on favorite to win this race. I don't really see a pathway for Collins in beating him. But I think now Ossoff, his Achilles heel, is this communist takeover of the party. And he's got to start answering to that. And he's up for election, and he's in basically what many consider to be still a Republican state. I think if you look at the whole outlook of Georgia, it's probably, an R+3 state. And he's got to answer to these communists that are taking his party over. And he's got to answer to Plattner and what he thinks about that. The problem is there's no real media in Georgia, so nobody's going to ask him these questions. And he's not going to come on shows that would lend itself to him answering the tough questions. But if the Collins people, who I have no confidence in, but if the Collins people can paint him as part of this movement, and scare people, like people get scared about what the future could be under communist rule, I think that gives Mike Collins the opening.
You're right, John.
Where he could actually turn the corner and maybe squeak this victory out. Collins' problem is he's not likable. They're not going to make him likable in 2 months. And that's his problem. And his problem is in the Atlanta suburbs because the guy's just a nasty guy. And I want a fighter, but you can't be nasty. But I think this might be the opening for him if they can paint Ossoff along with a broad brush with the communists and scare people. That could overcome kind of the Collins, like, just don't like the guy. You can overcome that to save your country.
Well, John, Georgia being the largest state east of the Mississippi, we have a tremendous responsibility, not just for Georgians, but for the rest of the country. And I happen to like Mike Collins. I support him 1,000%. He does have a lot of support out here. You can see the signs everywhere. But you're right. We have to be able to call out Ossoff for exactly what he is. And he's going to vote with the radical communists. We've seen it over and over and over again. But he's going to have to be called out without a doubt.
If we could paint him in that corner, I think that's going to overcome his great constituent service. Constituent service is fine. Likability is fine until your back's against the wall and you're looking at the destruction of your country. Then things change. And that's where I think Mike Collins has an opening.
Well, we also, John, we have to talk about voter apathy in the Republican Party. There is a ton of voter apathy when it comes to actually getting out the vote. When you look at the numbers from the primary and the primary runoff, Republicans are going to have to do their job. And you know that I'm a big proponent of the precinct strategy and getting people involved from the local level. If people care about this country and they care about keeping communists out of Georgia, they're going to have to get busy. And that is every homeowners association for every subdivision, apartment complexes. We need everyone to be active and involved.
Listen, you got involved. I got involved. Nancy Babbitt got involved. Amy got involved. So many of our friends got involved. I'm up here in D.C., got thrown out of the party. Now somebody's, asking me about the garbage. You got to get involved. And if you don't get involved, you're going to turn it over to them. And so involvement at the local level, as bad as it is, and it is painful because the parties you join, they don't want you. You just got to fight them. Like you got to fight everything. You got to fight now you're fighting to save the republic.
Absolutely.
So, great job in taking over for me. We're going to have you host Godzilla Wins. John Fredericks Radio Network, now run by Sally Grubbs. Michael Patrick